Hello, everyone. So in this video, we are going to start a new chapter. And in this section, we will learn how to access the features of the particular Android device. So the first subject of this section will be sending SMS. So we will reach the SMS section of the device with the Android application and send a text message from there. The important part here is that we're not going to send the message from the application, right? We send it via the text message feature of the device and send it to any phone number that we want. Now, if you're ready, let's go to Android Studio and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So here I've created a new project for this section in Android Studio. So I want to show you the finished version of the project so you know where we're going with this. There are two edit texts in this application. One of them is to write the user's message, and the other one is to write down the phone number to which the message will be sent. So there's also a button to send the message, and when the user presses the Send SMS button, the message will be sent from the device's SMS section. So let's go ahead and try out the application. So I'll write hello in the message section. And also I can write any number in the phone number section, and I'll press the Send SMS key. And the device alerts me when I press the Send SMS button. This message may be paid, depending upon your provider, whatever, because the message will be sent via the SIM card attached to the device. So it might actually cost you some ducats. So I'll press the Send button again. And now let's check the message to see if it's been sent. So for this, I'll just quit the application and switch over to the Messages section of the device. And as you can see, the message has indeed been sent. Now, you can apply this method to different systems wherever you want, as you wish. The important thing here is that we can reach the Messages section of the device via the Android application and then send a message from the number that we want. We can send messages as well as read incoming messages as well, of course. So let's start developing the application. And then I'll just delete the text view. And now I have to add two edit text. The first edit text will be multi-line edit text, because that way the user can write along, longer message anyway. And I'll make the width of this edit text 300 dp, and I'll make the height 150 dp. And likewise, I'll add another edit text. And this will be the edit text where the phone number is going to be entered. So I will make the width of this 300, and here I will also add a button. I'll also change the text of the button to Send SMS. Now, since the layout is constraint layout here, I have to give these components constraint values from the edges. Otherwise, all the components will shift to the 0.0 position where the, whenever the application's open, just like that. Now, if you remember, there was an easy way to determine this constraint. I'll select all the components and click on the magic wand icon at the top. And then all components automatically get the necessary constraint values based on their current positions. So it's a really nice feature of constraint layout. So why don't we give an ID to these components? So I'll write edit text message into the ID of the first component. And I can write the second edit text number. And I'll write button send in the ID of the button. Okay, so now we can go to the Java side Let's first define the components here. Then I match the IDs in the onCreate method. And I'll also add a click listener to the button. Okay, so now I have to take the user input data and assign it to string containers. So first, I'll get the message. Then I'll get the phone number. And also, I'll get the phone number as a string because, of course, I will use it as a string in the same way. Okay, cool. So I'm going to use a separate method for sending messages. So I will call this method in the onClick method. I will write public void send SMS here. And this method will have two arguments. The first argument will be user message. The other will be user number. And then after that, we need to get permission from the user before sending the message. So we will get user permissions from the manifest file. The user sees these permissions when downloading the application from Google Play and downloads it accordingly. And I'll open the manifest file immediately. Now, when I write user permission here, the permissions I can get show up automatically. So there are names like send SMS, receive SMS, read SMS. So I must get permission for whatever I want to do, right? So I'm getting the send SMS permission. All right, so now let's keep writing code. If I'm writing a condition here, I write context compact.check self permission. This method will take two parameters. The first one will be this. The other will be manifest.permission.sendSMS. Now here it's checked if the permission is obtained from the manifest file without sending the message. So I'll add the unequal sign after the parenthesis. And I'm writing package manager.permission granted. So the code after the unequal will ask the user for a second permission. And if the user does not allow that, it won't be able to take any action. Okay, so here it compares the permission given by the user when sending a message to the permission in the manifest file. So even if you get permission in the manifest file, if the user doesn't give permission again, the if condition will work. So this condition is if the message will not be sent. So I write activity compat.request permission inside the if condition. And here the first parameter is this. Second parameter is new string manifest.permission.send SMS. The third parameter will be request code. So I write 1 in the request code. And this is pretty standard in this section. Now, here is an extra security measure brought to you directly by Android. So in other words, even if the user accepts the permissions while downloading the application, he or she asks for confirmation from the user in situations requiring high security. Sending SMS is one of the processes that requires this approval. So when I write the else condition, if the user allows, he or she will switch to else. And we will send the SMS message here. So for this process, I first create an object from the SMS Manager class, and I'm writing SMS Manager equals SMS Manager.getDefault. Then I write SMS Manager.send text message. And this method will take 5 parameters. First parameter is a phone number to send, so user number. The second parameter will be null. Third parameter is the text of the message to be sent, and that means user message. The fourth and the fifth parameters will be null once again. So now we're going to do the necessary coding as soon as the user allows permission. So apart from the onCreate method, I am calling the method onRequestPermissionResult. So inside this method, we will use the if statement. If the request code is 1, and if the length of the grant results array is greater than 1, and if the first element of the grant results array package manager dot permission granted, that is, if it is allowed, and we will send the SMS message here. All right, my friends, so that is asking the user for the necessary permission. All right, so let's call this method inside the click listener method of the button. Cool, so now the app looks ready, and let's run it. Of course, it might take some time to open the application, but here it is, opened before you. Now, if you want to, you can add hints as well to edit text, so the user will know what to write in which and where. So I write hi in the message section, and I'll also write any phone number in the number section. So when I click the send message button, it asks for extra permission from the user, and thereby warning the user that it wants to reach the messages section of the application. And if the user gives permission, a message will be sent. Cool, so we've done everything here just as the user sees it. But, of course, we could have been doing these transactions confidentially. For example, when the user sees other things in front, well, we could be sending a message in the background to a number that we wanted to when the user pressed a certain key. Yeah, Android operating system takes extra security measures for these particular situations. So don't get ahead of yourself. So anytime the application wants to send SMS or it wants to reach the camera, for instance, the user will be informed. So I'll click on Allow, so the message was sent. Of course, you might want to add a toast message stating that the message was sent. Looks like that. And now let's move on to the Messages section and check, and as you can see, the message has been sent. All right, so that's how you send SMS on this device. I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we're going to learn how to send email, which is the second most popular subject, accessing the features of a particular Android device. So you're going to see how email is sent through the application that we're going to develop. So if you're ready, why don't we just continue through Android Studio and get right to it. So I created a new project for this section in Android Studio. Now, before we go into any of the details of the project, I want to show you the finished version so you see where we're going. And what you see here are 3 edit texts. One of them will write the address to which the user's email will be sent. Another will write the subject of the email. And as you know, the subject section should be filled in when sending an email. So the user will write the message into the final one here. So why don't we fill these sections first? I'll write any email address in the email address section, and I'll write a subject on the subject line. And I'm also writing something here in the message section. So when I press the Send Email button, it shows me alternative programs installed on the device. You see Gmail, and if other programs were installed on your device, it would show them, like Outlook or Yandex. I'll choose Gmail for this. And as you can see, when I select Gmail, it wrote the address that I entered into the application in the address section. That's good. And it puts in what I wrote to the subject line. And it wrote the message in the application to the message section. So it all lines up. So if I press the Send button in Gmail, the message will be sent. Okay? Very simple, but it shows you a lot. So let's start developing the project. Now I added in some components, as you can see here. So I prepared this part so as not to waste any of your time. Let's get to it. You can, of course, you can make this section yourself. Now I added an email edit text here. I added normal edit text for just one topic entry. And I added a multi-line edit text to write a message. And finally, I added a button. Then I gave an ID to these components. So first I wrote edit text email into the ID of edit text. I wrote edit text subject for the ID of the second edit text. And I wrote edit text message for the ID of the third edit text. Also wrote in a button send into the ID of the button. So there's absolutely nothing different in this part. But on the Java side, I'll first identify these components, then match these components with their IDs in the onCreate method. And I also added a click listener to the send button. And then finally, I assign the data to be entered by the user into strings in the onClick method. Right now, I assign the data entered in the address section to the user address string. You see how it goes. I assign the data entered in the message section to the user message string, and I assign the data entered in the subject section to the user subject string. Now, the section up to now was the section that you already knew and we already explained. So let's do the rest of the mail sending part together after this. So first, let's create the method of sending mail. And the name of the method, let's just call it send email. This method will have 3 parameters. First parameter will be user address. Second parameter will be user subject. Third parameter will be user message. Okay, so now I'll be able to put the email address into an array, which I will create because the method I will use to send mail keeps the email addresses in the array. The reason for this is simple. It's just that here we're only going to put in one email address, but in real situations, we're going to need to send it to many addresses, for instance. So for this reason, when we transfer all the email addresses to an array and then assign the array to the sending section, all the elements of the array, that is, all the email addresses, will be written in the email addresses section to be sent, right? So for this reason, I will be creating a string array. The name of the array can be email address, and I'll assign the user address to the array as an element. So the array has one element, but if I want to, I can always add as many elements as I want. So after that, we come to the section of sending the email. So I'll send the email with the intent method. I'm sure you remember we use the intent method to switch from one activity to another in order to send data between activities, right? We can also use the intent method to switch to another application and send data to that application. So here we will use intent to send mail. So after I write intent, email, intent equals new intent here, I'll write intent.action send in parentheses. Then after writing email intent.setData, I write URI.parseMail2. And here we'll need to define the data to be sent by intent as email. This line is standard and it's a mandatory line of code. So then I'll write email intent.setType text plain. And by doing all that, I've defined that the text to be sent here is text. Of course, you can send attachments like photos and music videos, but I've got to write this code line for email. And then I will add the data to be sent to the mail application using the email intent. So I write email intent.putExtra here. And of course, you remember the subject of intent. We were sending data with the putExtra method. So first I need to send email address. So I'll write intent.extra email. So with this parameter, data will be automatically written to the email address section. And the data that I want to be written is the name of the array. So the email addresses are inside this array. So I write email address. And in this way, all the addresses in the array will be written in the mail address section. And I should also send the mail subject. So I'm sending the subject with the extra subject parameter. And the data will be sent is user subject. Then finally, I'll send the message text. And I'll send it with the extra text parameter. And the data that will be sent is user message. All right, so we wrote all this because the sections that we want to send by this email are in 3 parts, right? If there is anything else that you want to send, well, yeah, you can add them as well, but this is the standard protocol. But I'll give you an example. If you want to add a CC to the mail, well, you should select an extra CC parameter at this time. Okay, so you could also take CC from the user. You could do all those other things as well, priority, BCC. But I'm just going to be deleting this part right now because I don't want to have it. I want to keep it clean, keep it simple. All right, so let's start the intent. And after writing the start activity, I am writing the method intent.createChooser. So this method also takes 2 parameters. The first will be the email intent, and the second will be title. So here, the intent.createChooser method allows the user to choose alternatives to send the mail. All right, so basically gives the user a choice. Doesn't have to use our cute little app here, can choose whatever app the user wants. Now the title will be the top description in the selection section. And you should write what you want to appear here in the title section. If you want to, you can also leave this section empty. It's entirely up to you. Okay, so now that the intent method and the send mail method are complete, let's call the sent mail method inside the onClick method. So I'm writing send email. And of course, it's going to take 3 parameters: user address, user subject, user message. So now we can run the application. So here it is. The application opens, and I'll write the email address. I'll write meeting for the subject, and in the message, I'll write the meeting will be at 9. So now when I press the send email button, yes, it shows us alternatives. Email send in the title. I'll choose Gmail. And as you can see, right in the address field, android@gmail.com. It wrote meeting in the subject section, and it wrote the message in the message section. So now when I press the send button, it will send this email. Very cool. So how about that? There's a video in which we learned how to send mail via an application that we wrote. See you in the next video. All right, so here we are in the next video. I want to say hello to everybody. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to make calls, which is the third subject of accessing the features of this wonderful Android device. Now, through the new Android application, we'll be able to reach the call section of Android phone and call a number that we want to. So if you are ready, let's go ahead and move on over to the Android Studio and continue from there. So you'll notice I've created a new project in Android Studio just for this lesson. Now, before we get into the details of the project, let me just show you a quick rundown of how it works so you can see where we're going. And what you're looking at here is an edit text and a button in the application. So when the user types number that the user wants to call, press the call number button and the number will be automatically dialed. You've used it before, I am sure. Now, when we hang up, which is what I used to do, but when we close the call, let's say it will return to the application, right? So here we get the number to be called from the user, but if we want to, we can also make the user call a fixed number that we set, like the bat phone or some emergency line or significant other. If you think of this too as perhaps a mobile banking application, when the user wants to call customer service, for instance, it can call customer service by pressing an icon or button in the application. And that way, the user can call customer service directly without having to fumble around in a contacts app or some other address book. And of course, I'm sure that you can see that this method can be used in many other areas. So now that you're ready, let us go to Android Studio and see how to develop this application. All right, so I have already added an edit text as well as a button to the project. The edit text ID is edit text number. The number ID is button send. Then I define the components on the Java side. In the onCreate method, I will also match the components with their IDs. Now, if you look here, this is where I added the click listener to the button and assigned the number to be entered by the user to the string. Okay, so now we can work on it together from here on out. First up, we'll need to go to the manifest file and get permission from the user to call. So permission to make a call is call phone. Okay, so let's go back to the Java side. Next, let's create a call method and perform the operations in this method. So the name of the method can be phone call. And this method will be a single parameter method. And we'll do the call again using the intent. And I am creating a new intent here. So after I write intent equals new intent, I just write intent.actionCall. On the bottom line, I write the intent.setData method. All right. So here I write URI.parse in the setData method. So let me point out in this parse method, first I will write the tell between the quotation marks, that is phone abbreviation, and add the plus sign and write the number to be called. So I write user number because we're getting that number from the user. And then finally, I'll need to run this intent, and I am writing the start activity intent. Okay, so normally this is how the call should be done. But these codes do not work alone in newer versions of Android operating systems. In fact, in the top versions, such as Oreo and Pi, we need to add some other code to this code, but it will work this way in the older versions. So, in the new versions of Android operating systems like API 27 and 28, the call process is a process that requires high security, right? So the permission from the manifest file is not going to be enough. So here, a second permission is required from the user. For this, I'll create an if condition, and I will write if context compact.check self permission. So this method will take two parameters. The first is main activity.this. The second parameter needs to be specified for the permission from the manifest file. So I'll write manifest.permission.callPhone. In other words, the permission from the manifest file is specified first, right? And then I will add the not equal sign. So then this if condition will work if the user doesn't allow it. So I'll go to the bottom line because it doesn't fit on the screen. And after this not equal sign, I'll write package manager.permission granted. So I specify the permission to be obtained from the user after it is not equal. So this section is the control clause of the if condition. And now let's write the inner part of the if condition. I call the method activity_compat.request_permissions. So in other words, I'll ask the user for permission. And this method will also take three parameters. The first parameter is activity.this. And the second parameter is an array. And I will create this array typing new string. Now the elements of this array will be permissions from the user. I'll need to specify how many permissions that I get from the user. And I'll just take one, and it will be the call permission. But if I had to get other permissions from the user, I would add those permissions to this array, such as reaching a telephone directory or something like that. Okay, so now let's specify the call permission. So I write manifest.permission.callPhone. This was the second parameter. Third parameter is request code. And I'll write 100 in the request code. Now, if you remember from before, I wrote 1 in the request code while sending the message, right? So I'll write 100 to call. So when I write the else condition, if the user allows, he or she will switch to else. So now we're going to do the necessary coding as soon as the user allows permission. So apart from the onCreate method, I am calling the method onRequestPermissionResult. So inside this method, we will use the if statement. And if the length of the grant results array is greater than 1, and if the first element of the grant results array package manager dot permission granted, that is, if it is allowed, okay, so that is our call method ready. Now let's call this method in the click listener method. So I'll write phone call here. Its parameter will be user number. We can run the application. Okay, so the application's open. I write the number. It asks for extra permission from the user. The call was made by pressing the Make Call button. And when I finish the phone call, it returns to the application. Bada boom, bada bing. So, in this video, we learned exactly how to put together an application to make some calls on your Android device. See you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to translate speech into text. Whoa, what? Yeah. So this is the subject of the fourth section, accessing the features of an Android device. So in this video, we're going to learn how to reach the device's microphone and translate what is said into text, and then print this text within the app through the Android application. So this topic is called speech to text, when you would ever see it in some sort of a guide. If you want to research the subject, well, you can do that as well. Just search for speech to text. Now, if you're ready and you've come back from all that research, let's move ahead and go to Android Studio and continue from there. All right, so here I've created a new project for this course in Android Studio. The name of the project is Speech to Text, and we will create everything from scratch in this project. So I want to show you what the application looks like while it works before we actually start constructing it. There is one text view here, and in this text view, we will tell the user what to do. So in that way, we'll say that the user needs to press the microphone button to translate the speech into text, right? So there's a microphone-looking image view here, and when the user clicks on the microphone, Google's speech listener opens, and what the user says here will be taken in, converted to text, printed on text view in our application. Sounds pretty easy, huh? Of course, this system is not working because this is a virtual device. If you do want to try this application on a real device, you'll definitely be able to see that it works. Maybe you can run it on a virtual device on your computer, but not all virtual devices are the same. So they may have the same features, they might not. In any event, we're going to start developing the application, and you can figure out all the rest of the stuff on your own. All right, so let's do it. First, I'm changing the text of text view. So I'll write the text in the application to the text of text view, and you can write a description if you want to here. So let's also enlarge the text size of this text view. Also add an image button, but I got to do something first. I got to right-click the drawable folder with the mouse so that I can select the new vector asset option. So in this section, I will add the microphone icon as an XML file, which I will then add to the image button as a background. So when you click on this clip art here, you will see icons related to each area. So I can just choose a microphone. And we can also change the color of this microphone. For example, we can make it blue. And then when I click Next and Finish, an XML file was created under the drawable folder. So I'm going to add an image button. Now the source of this image button will be this XML file that I've created. Thus, a mic-shaped button was formed. That's pretty cool. So let's change the height and the width of this button. We'll make it 150. And I'll select the button and make the scale type option fit center. So the mic icon is placed in the center of the button. And finally, let's check their IDs. So the ID of text view is text view, and the ID of the image button is image button. All right, so that completes this design part. So now we can go and write our Java code. So first, I'll define the components. I'll call text view result because I will print the text of the speech again in this text view. Then, in the onCreate method, I match the components with their ID. I'll also add a click listener to the image button. Now, this part up to now is probably what you already knew or what you remember. I'm just refreshing your memory. So right now, this is how we're going to do the translating part, okay? Because we got to translate the speech into text. So I am creating a new method for that process, and the name of the method can be, well, convert speech. So it will be a method without parameters, and we will use the intent method to translate the speech into text. So first, I create a new intent. I'll also write inside the new intent recognizer intent.recognize speech. And then that way the speech listener will be launched. So I need to define certain features of this speech listener. And this is going to launch later. But here I want to write intent.putExtra. After that, I write recognizer intent.extra language model. So here I define which model the speech listener will work on. Okay, so I write language model free form after the comma. So in other words, the speech listener will work in this model called free form. You'll see why in a second. So after typing intent.putExtra on the bottom line again, I'll write recognizer intent.extra language. So here I define the language in which the converter will work. So I write locale.getDefault after a comma. So whatever language the device is set to, the speech listener will work from that language, right? That's cool. Just to be clear, I mean, if the language of the device is set to English, then the listener will listen to the conversation and translate them into text. If the language of the device is Turkish, of course, this time it will listen to Turkish and translate it into Turkish. If it's Italian, Italian, French, etc., right? You get the idea, right? I don't want to necessarily leave any language out, but just to be clear. Okay, so that is the intent process complete. So yes, indeed, you are right in your thinking. We need to now run this intent. So I will run the intent with the start activity for result method. Because after translating the speech to text, I'm going to get the results and then print them into the text view, which is inside this application. So this method will take two parameters. The first is intent. The second is request code. Okay, so I'm writing a request code. And you can write any number here. You only need to request the same request code while getting the results, is all. So this speech was translated into writing. And now let's take that translated text and use it wherever we want to in practice. So I'm going to do this by using override the onActivity result method. And I'm writing an if condition first. So I'll write if request code is equal to 1, because we wrote 1 in the request code above. And of course, you remember that. We just got to stick to the same number. Then I add the and sign, and if result code equals result okay. That is, if the result comes true, we will determine the actions that we will perform. First thing we do is create a string array list. Now this array list keeps the translated speech in strings. So I'll write speak result as a name for the array list. I'll transfer the data to this array list. I'll then get the data with the data parameter. I will then write the method speak results equals data.getString array list extra. You follow? So the parameter of this method will be recognizer intent.extra result. So we basically take the data and assign it to the string array list. So now we need to write the strings inside this array list to text view. We named the text view the result name. And now I will print this result in text view. So after typing result.setText, I write speak results.getZero. And that's the way that I'll write the string's 0th index. Remember that? That's the very first element over the text view. Okay, of course you remember. All right, so that's going to get our results printed. So why don't we call the convert speech method in the onClick method. And now we can run the application. Are you nervous? I'm not. I don't know why you are. Just playing. The system works when you press the microphone in the application. Now, of course, like I said before, it's not going to work on my virtual device. If you test it on a real device, you will definitely see it working. I hope that you're doing that. Otherwise, trust me. Okay, so that is the end of this, and I want to see you in the next video. All right, so here we are. In this video, we're going to start a new chapter. So in this section, we're going to discuss notifications in Android, and we're going to get into some pretty hairy details in the weeds, so to speak. Just kidding. I just want to say that notifications are basically reminder messages that Android operating systems show to the user other than the user interface. Now, these messages come from the Android application as well as from the Android operating system itself. Now, to give you an example, while messaging with someone through a messaging application, preferably one that we wrote, the application will send you a notification when a new message arrives, yes? And this notification comes from the very app itself. But what if you get a notification that your device is running a low battery? Well, that's the Android operating system sending you notifications. All right, so now that we got that sorted out, notifications are also divided into sections. So what we're going to do here is discuss the different types and what kind of features are within the different types of notifications, and we'll get into some pretty good detail. So first, we're going to discuss the issue of local notifications, and then later on, that's when we'll get into what they call periodic notifications. And then after we learn and discern, I suppose, the differences between them, that's when we get into notification processes. We're also going to explore how the user interacts with notifications. And then finally, we're going to learn about push notifications, which is basically a process to send notifications. So notifications has a great deal of importance. It has a bunch of components, and that's why I've broken it up for you into these different sections of focus. Hello, everyone. In this video, we will learn about local notifications, which is the very first subject of our notifications section. So local notifications, they're created by applications. For example, when you reach a certain number in a pedometer fitness application, it's a local notification that the application shows and tells you, hey, you've reached your goal, whatever it might be. Or when you set up a reminder, the user will tell the application to send you a notification at the scheduled time to remind you of whatever activity that you want to do. That is a local notification. Now, of course, we could show you many more examples of local notifications, but I think that you get the point. So if you are ready, let's go to Android Studio and see how to create this local notification. So I have created a new project here for this section in Android Studio, and the name of the project is Local Notifications. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to create a notification for Android Oreo and above, namely API 27 and above. Now, this is the way it is because the way that we generate notifications in different versions happens to be different. And notifications created according to, the older versions aren't going to work in Android Oreo. That's why they call us developers, because we develop and improve our applications according to the new versions of operating systems. Cool. So let's get to it. So I've added one button to the project. The ID name of this button is button. Then I define this button on the Java side, and I added a click listener. After that, let's write the notification generation codes together. So I'll first create a method to create a new notification. Name of the method can be start notification. Of course, you could probably give this method the name that you want to, but I like to be clear, as you may know. So then I create an object from the notification on channel class. The notification channel class will take 3 parameters. First parameter will be channel ID. Channel ID is a string value. And since I will use the channel ID again later, I will define it as a final constant above. So I'll write here public final string channel ID equals 1. Now with Android Oreo, you can create multiple channels of notifications, and we can put these channels in order of importance. And that way the user can put some of these channels into the junk category and close them. For that reason, we should give channel notifications to our notifications. So here I write 1 in the channel ID. Now, in order of importance, other channels can be numbered 2, 3, etc. Of course, in this lesson, we will create notifications only on this one channel. Now I'll write channel ID as the first parameter. The second parameter is the name that will be given to this channel. And I'm sure you're itching to give the channel any name that you want to. But for now, I'm just going to write 1 in the channel name. Now, in the third parameter, we specify the level of importance of the channel. So here, I'll select the option Notification Manager.Importance Default. Now notice I did not add a specific number of importance to this notification. I just set the default value. If you look at the other alternatives, you will see options such as importance, high, low. You can choose whichever one that you want according to the importance of the notification that you want to show. But here I'll then create an object from the Notification Manager class. After writing Notification Manager, manager equals, I write the notification transformation in parentheses by writing Notification Manager. And then I'll write Get System Service Notification Service. This line of code reaches the system of services and from there to notification services. So then I'll write manager.create notification channel. And that way I've created the very first notification. Okay, so after that's complete, I have to build and customize it. The way I do that is I'll create an object from the Notification Builder class. I'll call the object the builder. And I'm writing builder equals new notification.builder. Now the builder method will also take 2 parameters. The first one is the name of the activity where the notification will work. So that means I'm going to write main activity.this. The second is a channel ID. So here I'll write channel ID, which is a fixed value. I can now customize my notification. So what I mean by customization, it's just to determine the icon to be shown within the notification. So to determine the title and the message text of the notification, first I'll write builder.setSmallIcon. And that way this method will determine the icon. So I can select the alert icon by typing r.drawable.addAlertBlack. Okay, so you can see that I've created this icon before and I've added it under the drawable folder. And if you remember how to create the XML icon I showed you in the speech-to-text lesson, surely you remember. Well, then I'll need to determine the title of the notification. So after writing .setContentTitle again, I write the title that I want to see in the notification inside the quotation marks. So I wrote a title to indicate that it is indeed a title. So then I should write the message that I want to show to the user in the notification. So I'll write the message after typing .setContentText. Then I write the priority of the message by writing .setPriority. But since I've already defined the priority above, there is no need for this particular line at this particular time. The fact that the method is already highlighted indicates that this method no longer needs to be used, right? Okay. Now, this method was used when creating notifications compared to the old versions, so that's why we also define the notification features. So finally, I can create an object from the Notification Manager Compat class to show the notification to the user. And I've named this object Compat after writing compat equals Notification Manager Compat.from. I write main activity.this, and I write compat.notify on the bottom line. The notify method takes two parameters. The first one is notification ID. So every notification should get a special ID number. Now, if you're going to create more than one notification, you should give each of them a different or unique ID. I'm just writing one to the ID of this notification because we're only going to do one. But the second parameter will be builder.build. Okay, so that looks complete. Yeah, we've got it. So the notification's ready. What do we got to do next? Well, we're going to need to figure out how to trigger this notification. In other words, a local notification needs to be sent to the user as an information message for an action that it will do within the application. All right, so that's why we're going to do something like this. Here, I'll define an integer counter variable, and I'll set it to 0. So in other words, each time the button is pressed, a counter value of 1, 2, 3, etc. will be written on the button. Then I can write an if condition. If counter equals 5, the notification will be started. In other words, when the button is clicked 5 times, the notification will be shown, right? Okay. So let's run the application and see. So the application opens. So every time I click on the button, the counter increases by 1. When the counter is at 5, notification is shown. Perfect. So as you can see, the notification message, boom, is right there in front of you. Now, actually, it does come up with a notification sound. You won't hear it here. You will hear the notification sound if you try it on your own device. Hey, you know, this is only an emulator. It's not the real thing, right? Okay, so let's break this down a little further. Let's examine the notification. So the section that says title is the title section that I mentioned in the code. The section that says notification text is the notification message section. So, of course, this is whatever message that you are trying to tell the user with this notification. And local notification section at the top is the name of the application. In other words, the application name is automatically added in order to be absolutely certain which application throws out the notification. Finally, the bell icon is the icon that I mentioned in the code. You can define the icon whatever you want here. Of course, it depends on the application, but in my pedometer example, there might be a notification sent to the user when it reaches a certain number of steps, you know, like every 5,000 or whatever. Well, the feature that makes this notification local, as this number may be different for everyone, may also come to everyone at different times, or it may never come up to those who don't reach the goal, right? So in other words, we call a local notification because this is a personalized notification, because there is no classification that goes to everyone, right? So let me give you another example. This notification can be triggered when a timer or a stopwatch or countdown timer, you know what I mean, reaches a certain number. Then the user can receive this notification even when they are not within or using the timer application. All right, so that's pretty cool. We've talked about and learned how to do a local notification. I'll see you in the next video. We're going to conquer another level. See you then. Hello everyone. So in this video, we will see how to make repetitive notifications, which of course is our second topic of our notification section. So repeated notifications are notifications that keep coming up at regular intervals. So you can schedule these notifications to come up, let's say once a week, once a month, once a year, whatever. Or you can program it to be every hour, every half hour, every 15 minutes. You get the idea. You can determine when or how often the user receives this notification, depending upon the type of application or the needs of the particular user. So let me give you an example of the use of repeated notifications. We'll assume that you have an application that follows the hours that your user needs to take medicine. Okay, so we'll assume that the user needs to take one pill maybe every day at 3 o'clock. So within the application, you can remind the user to take the pill or whatever it is automatically at 3 o'clock every day when you schedule a notification according to this time. So in this example, the notification that we send to the user is still local, it's still personalized. However, we send this notification at certain periods of time. Now, I'm sure that you get the idea, and you can use repeated notifications in many more applications that you can think of. However, you know me, I want to get to it, so enough with the concept, and let's go to Android Studio, and let's see how these repeated notifications are created. I'm sure you remember that we created a local notification in the previous lesson. There was one button in this project, and we got notified when the button was pressed 5 times. Now, if you look at the Java code, we have defined the button here, and we also created a notification in this section. So you know what? We can continue in this same application because we use the button to trigger a previous course notification. So now we'll have it trigger at a certain time, right? So the device will show the notification at whatever time that the user says. So for this, we'll need to create a broadcast receiver. It's through broadcast receiver that we will learn the calendar or the time of the particular device and then be able to trigger the notification at the right time. So do you remember that we explained the broadcast receiver as a full topic in some of the previous lessons? If you're not familiar with it, that's okay. You can always go back and take a look, whatever you need to do to refresh your mind, because we're going to move on. So here, if you want to change the name of the application, because now we're going to create a periodic notification instead of a local notification, I'll change the application name from the strings.xml file under the values folder. And here I'll write periodic notifications as the app name. Now, when you close this file, the name of the application changes. And now we will reorganize the process of sending the notification in this application so that it repeats every day at a certain time of the day. And to do this, we'll need to create a new broadcast receiver class. So I'll just right-click on the main activity Java class and select a new Java class. The name of the class can be Notification Receiver. Okay, so this class will extend the broadcast receiver class. So yeah, Android Studio warns us this. So here I'll select the implement method option. And then I'll select the onReceive method and press OK. And we will trigger the notification in the onReceive method. Absolutely no need to reproduce the notification process. So I can just copy the notification generation code here and paste it into the onReceive method. Okay, so this time we're going to trigger the same notification with a broadcast receiver. One of the red areas here is channel ID. Now I had defined the channel ID as the final, so I can copy it and paste it here. And if you look at the other warnings, I should add context to the system since we get system service and it's no longer in main activity. Likewise, I'll add context to notification service. Also, the main activity.this here will now be context. So this will also be context. All right, cool. So that is the broadcast receiver class ready. Now, I no longer need the start notifications class for this application, so I can delete these parts. You can also delete the click listener if you want. And I can also delete the top constants. All right, so our notification receiver class is ready. But in order to get the broadcast receiver, we need to define this class in the manifest file. So that means in the manifest file, I can open the receiver tag inside the application tag and select the class name. All right, so that's how you define the notification receiver class. All right, so after all that's done, we must determine the repetition and the time of the notification. So I can do this time determination just by reaching the calendar of Android operating system. And how do I do that? I'll create an object from the calendar class. Calendar equals calendar.getInstance. Then I can write calendar.set and set the time when the notification will be sent. First, I'll determine at what time of the day the notification will be sent. And I can write calendar.hour of the day. And then I will write the clock. So currently my computer's clock is 1429. Since this notification will come once a day, I just have to set these times to try this notification. So for that reason, I will write 14 in the hour section, and then I will set the minute in the same way. So I can write calendar.minute, and I'll write 35 for the minute. And that way, when we run the application, we'll be able to see the notification get triggered. Now, another important issue here is that we will set the time ourselves. But we could do this in a way to be determined by the user. It doesn't have to be a fixed value, but that way the user can customize it according to whatever the user wants. And we can set this time up to seconds. And likewise, just by typing calendar.second, I can determine at what second it will play. Okay? So then, when the time that we set in the calendar comes up, I will create an intent to operate the receiver. I will write two parameters after typing intent I equals new intent. The first is get application context. The second parameter is notification receiver dot class. And I make the receiver class work. Then I create an object from the pending intent class, and I write pending intent equals pending intent dot get broadcast. So that way the broadcast message of the broadcast class will work. So this method will take 4 parameters. The first parameter is get application context. The second is request code, and I'll write 100 in the request code. And you can write whatever value you want. But anyway, this is a value that you will set. So you should only enter the same value when you are going to use it elsewhere. So the third parameter will be I. Now, this is the name of the object that we've created in the intent class above. So why don't we just write the rest on the bottom line because it's not going to fit on this line. And the fourth parameter is pending intent.flag update current. The fourth parameter, when using different intents, is an issue if there are extra values sent with the intents altogether. I don't want you to get confused here about this, so at this stage you can just write 0, and that is fine. So here I'll create an object from the Alarm Manager class. After typing Alarm Manager equals, I'm typing Alarm Manager again in parentheses, and this is typecasting that you remember. Then I'll write get system service, alarm service, and this way the Alarm Manager class will send a broadcast message to our application when the time comes, and this message will be received in the onReceive method in the broadcast class, and the intent will be triggered. So then I write alarmmanager.setRepeating, and that's how we determine the repetition periods. Parameter 1, alarmmanager.rtcWakeUp. So this code will wake it up even if the device is in sleep mode when the system time comes, right? And that way the broadcast message will still be sent. And the second parameter will be calendar.getTime in millis. So with this code, the time will be gotten from the calendar in order to wake up the device. So let's go into this bottom line again, since the code doesn't fit. And the third parameter will be Alarm Manager. And when you add a point after the Alarm Manager, the alarm repetition times are now visible. So the interval day, that just means here once a day. The second is to repeat every 15 minutes. The third one is half a day. The fourth one is every half an hour or every hour, whatever you choose. Now, the fourth parameter is the name of the object that we created from the pending intent class. Thus, a pending intent will be called once a day. Meanwhile, the clock has progressed, and I made the time 14:37. So actually, we should look at the clock of the virtual device. The time of the virtual device is 12:35. So, all right, so I also set the hour of the calendar to 12 o'clock. All right, so now let's run this application. And the application opens. It's now 12:36. Let's see if there's going to be a notification at 12:37. Yes, the notification has arrived. You were getting nervous there, weren't you? Now, as you can see, the title is periodic notifications. So obviously it came from our application, right? That's what I mean by clarity. Here, the title, description, and the icon are all values that we set. So now this notification is ready to come up into this application at the very same time every single day. All right, so I hope you understood and had some fun with this periodic notification. We're going to get to some more in the next video, so I'll see you then. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we will talk about the notification processes, which is the third subject of our notification section. So we learned how to send notifications in the previous videos. In this lesson, we're going to take some action with these notifications that we send to the user. So the first of these actions will be to open an activity within the application when the user clicks on the notification that we send. And when the user clicks on the notification that we send, we can ensure that some action is taken. Now, the most basic of these processes is to open an activity from within the application, right? So the activity that we will open can be the landing page of an application or on a page that we designed specifically for notifications where the user can see all of the incoming notifications, for instance. You can decide for yourself which activity will be open, so it's ultimately customizable. All right, so if you're ready, let's move over to Android Studio. Now, in previous lessons, of course, we learned how to send local notifications. We had a particular project for that, and there was a button in this project. And on the Java side, we defined this button, and we created a local notification method, and we triggered this notification by clicking the button 5 times. And we mentioned that we can do this process of sending the notification in many ways. We were playing around with triggering here by clicking the button 5 times, but you can also trigger it when you reach a certain number of steps in a pedometer application, for instance. Or you can trigger it when a message arrives in a messaging application. So far, we've just sent this notification. We did not allow the user to take any action on it. So this was the basic statement that we sent. So in this and future lessons, we will take some action on these notifications. Okay, so now if we look through the application, when the button is clicked 5 times, a notification comes up, right? So right now, I'll quit the application. Now, if we look at the logo of the application, there's a sign on the logo that has the notification name. If we look at the notification, it's a basic notification. The message contains a title, notification message, notification logo, and application name. But when I click on the notification, no action is taken. It's only canceled when I scroll. So when I cancel, the warning sign on the app also disappears. So normally, an action is required when this notification is clicked, right? The most basic of these operations is the opening of an application. Either the application itself, or maybe there's a special page that's created for notifications within the application. That page got to be open. So in this lesson, we're going to see how to do this. So we're going to use our friend, the start notification method again, and we will add some extra features to the notification. So I'm first creating a new intent. After I write intent, I equals new intent, I write this, and this is the first parameter. The second parameter is the name of the activity that will open once we click on the notification. So I'm writing main activity since there is no other page in this application. But of course, you can open any activity that you want. Okay, so this intent by itself is not enough. I also have to create a pending intent. So I'll write pending intent equals pending intent dot get activity. Now, if you remember, we created a pending intent in the periodic notification class. The pending intent will take 4 parameters. The first one is context, so I'll write this. Secondly, I'm writing request code 0. The third one is the name of the object that I created from the intent class, I. And fourth, I'm writing flags here, 0. All right, so now I have to call this pending intent in the builder of the notification so that it will be triggered when the notification is clicked or pressed. So I am writing the .setContentIntent method here. And this method will take the pending intent as a parameter. And I'm also writing .setAutoCancelTrue. This method automatically disappears from the action bar when the notification is clicked or pressed. So in other words, there is no need to close the notification by swiping left or right. So if I set this method to be false, the user will need to turn off the notification itself. So why don't we run the application and see it? And sure enough, the application opens, and then after clicking 5 times, the notification comes up. All right, so let's get out of the app now. And because this notification might have come up when we were not in the application, the notification warning also appears in the logo. So currently, when I click on the notification, the application opens. And like I said, you can always open that page if you want. It's the most basic action that we can do with this notification. So let me see, I'll just send the notification again, and what you see here is the notification disappears automatically in the action bar when you click on the notification. Yeah, did you catch that? That's pretty cool. So why don't we do this? Why don't we take a short break here, and we'll continue with some of the other actions with this notification in the next video. See you there. Hello, everybody. So in this video, we will continue with our notification process. We will learn how to add an action button to the notification. Now, I'm sure you recall that we were seeing classic notifications so far, but we're starting to get close to customizing notifications and developing those. There are basically 2 action buttons on the notification in the picture. Each button performs a different operation. So when I click on the toast message button, a toast message will be displayed, and when you press the dismiss button, this notification will be closed. So you can make any operation that you want to with these buttons. Now, as you know, the messages can now be answered via notification in WhatsApp-style applications. You can do many operations like this via notification. So when we click on the notification in our previous lesson, we learned to open an activity from within the application. So in this video, in addition to the action button, we're going to learn how to give the color of the notification text that we want. So if you want to, and I'm sure you do, let's go ahead and move to Android Studio without any further delay. Okay, so we already had an ongoing project in Android Studio. Now, when you click the button 5 times in the main activity, a notification was received. And then finally, we provided the main activity to be opened when the notification is clicked on the intent and pending intent codes here. So in this video, we will add some action buttons to this notification. But before we get started, let me walk you through a little bit of it first. So I'll open the application, clicking the button 5 times, notification, boom. So if we examine the notification, there's a colored logo, and the application name also has a color. Action buttons appear as I scroll through the notifications downwards. Toast message button shows a toast message when you click the button, and the notification closes when you click the dismiss button. All right? Cool. So let's start writing code. So first I'll create an intent again, and I will write the parameters after I write intent action intent equals new intent. So here the first parameter will be this. The second parameter is the name of the class that will work. And here I have to create a broadcast receiver so that the action button can operate. And I will define the actions to be done within this broadcast receiver. So I have to create a new receiver class, and I'll write receiver.class here. And we will create this class soon, don't worry about it for now. But I'll write action intent.getExtra, And with this method, we will send data to the receiver class. We will also send the message to be shown in the toast message here. Actually, we don't need to do this for the toast message, but I do it this way just to find out how data is sent to the other activity or class via the action button. That way you get to learn too. Now, if this was a messaging app, we could also get the message from the user. And of course, it would take two parameters. And I'm sure you remember the put extra method. So the first parameter will be the keyword. So I'll write toast as the keyword. The second parameter is the data to be sent. So I'm just writing in, this is a notification message. Great. So this text will now appear in the toast message. So now I can create a pending intent. So I'm writing pending intent action pending equals pending intent dot get broadcast. So pending intent will run broadcast receiver. Pending intent will also take four parameters, just like before. The first is this. The second is request code, and I'll write 0 here. The third parameter is the name of the object that we created from the intent class. And the fourth parameter is the flag, and it will be 0. Okay, so now I need to run this pending intent that I created. And I will run this inside the action button. And because of all that, I've got to first create the action button. And here I can write notification.action, action equals new notification.action.builder. Now I also created the action button here. Of course, it'll take some parameters, so I have to choose an icon to be displayed next to the first parameter action button. And I'll write icon.create with resource here. And this method will take two parameters. The first is this. And second, I have to determine the path of the icon, r.drawable.bell. But this icon will not appear next to the action button. In these new versions of Android, icons are not shown in the action buttons to give more space to the comments. It will continue to show in older versions, of course. Now, even though that we prepare the notification according to these new versions, we still need to define the icons, or Android Studio will throw an error. So this entire icon code was the first parameter of the action button. And in the second parameter, I'll define the text of the action button. Now, since there's no space in this line, we'll continue on the line below. So I'm writing a toast message here, and this will be written on the action button. So the third parameter is the name of the object that we created from the pending intent class. So action is pending. And finally, I can add the .build method. And that means that the action button is ready. But we should also add this action button to the notification, right? So now we do this below. So I write .add action here. And now the first action button is ready. So when I click on the action button, the receiver class will be run. But we haven't created the receiver class yet. So for this reason, we must first create the receiver class. So now I'm creating a new Java class for this. And the name of the class will be receiver. And this class will extend the broadcast receiver class. And of course, Android Studio throws a warning. So I'll click on the red lamp and select Implement Methods. Then, while the onReceive method is selected, I can press OK. And now the onReceive method was added. Okay, so now we will do our transactions in the onReceive method. So first, I need to get the data I sent with the notification. So I'll write string text equals here. And here I will draw the text that will be written in the toast message. And I can do this just by using the intent object. So I'll write the keyword after typing text equals intent dot get string extra. The keyword will be toast. And now we have to show the toast message. So after writing the required line of code to show the toast message, we need to define this receiver class in the manifest file. So I just open the receiver tag in the application tag and select the receiver class. And now the action button to show the toast message is ready. Okay, so now we can go and prepare the other action button. So we need to do the same things in the dismiss action button. So again, I can first create an intent object. This time I'll write dismiss intent as its name. And now I must create a separate receiver class for this action button. So I can call the class receiver dismiss. Now we don't have to put the extra method, as this action button will turn off the notification, right? So I can just proceed directly to creating the pending intent. So I call the pending intent object dismiss pending. Now the other part is the same, only the third parameter will be dismiss intent. Then I create the action button again. Now I'm writing a dismiss action as its name. So the first parameter of the action button is the same because the icon doesn't matter. It's not going to appear anyway. The second parameter will be the text that will be written on the action button. So I'll write dismiss here. The third parameter will be dismiss pending. And the rest will be the same. Okay, so now let's add this action button to the notification. So I'll create another receiver class. Broadcast receiver classes should be separate as the actions of the second action button will be different, right? So I will close the notification that came in the broadcast receiver class. I was showing the notification with the notification manager compat class here. And for that reason, I will copy this line and paste it into the class of the onReceive method. You follow? So this part will be context, not this, right? So I write compat.cancel on the bottom line. The cancel method will take the ID of the notification to be closed as its parameter. Now, if you recall, we had given an ID when we created a notification, and then we said that we can use this ID again. So now we will close the notification with that ID. All right, so I gave this notification 1 as its ID, so I can just write the same 1 here. And likewise, I should define this receiver class in the manifest file. So now both action buttons are ready. Now, I mentioned earlier about colors, so we should color the text of the notification, don't you think? So we'll do the coloring process with a set color method here. Now, I made it red before. Let's make it blue this time. All right, so that looks good, and everything should be ready now. So let's run the application. Application opens, and clicking the button 5 times, there's the notification. Now, this time, the text of notifications are blue. And when I click on the Toast Message Action button, the Toast message is displayed. The notification disappears when you click on the Dismiss Action button. So that works. Cool. So that's how you add an action button to notifications. Now, of course, we're going to continue with the notification processes, but I do want to take a moment to celebrate. All right, hello to everyone. Thanks for coming this far. We've accomplished quite a bit. But I do want to continue with this notification process. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to add scrollable images and text to notifications. So if you look at this picture on the right, the notification shows up normally, but when the user scrolls down, the big picture that we send with the notification appears. So if we want to show, let's say, long text instead of a picture as a notification, this time it's going to show long text. Just scroll down, and that way you can take up a lot more screen real estate and really get somebody's attention. As you know, this type of notification is now used in many applications. For example, when mail is sent to a Gmail application, you can read its content in the notification without even opening the application with the help of text that can be expanded. Now, if you're ready, let's go ahead on over to Android Studio and we'll continue from there. Okay, so as you remember, we had an ongoing project in Android Studio. So we're going to continue with that same project. But before we get started, I do want to show you the finished version of the app. So I'll close the open application and I'll just open it again. So clicking the button 5 times, notification appears. Looking at the notification, the big picture appears. In fact, if you try it on a real device, the notification will look like this first. Now, just by scrolling the notification down, the bigger picture appears. So in order to create this form of notification, I first added one large picture under the drawable folder in the project. Then I added a long text to the string.xml file. So the text is called big text. It's clear, it's precise, it's understandable, right? So the notification will also show this text as long text. All right, so why don't we continue and work together? So first of all, I should assign the pictures and text to the containers that I'll create in the main activity. I'm then going to add these containers to the notification. So let me grab the picture first. I'll create an object from the bitmap class to get the picture, and I'll call this object icon. And the big picture that I'll show in the notification has to be in bitmap format. You know that, right? So for this reason, I am doing this here. So I'll write icon equals bitmapfactory.decode resource. And the decode resource method will take 2 parameters. The first will be get resources. The second parameter will be the path to the picture. And I'm writing r.drawable.android because the picture will be under the drawable folder. Then I will assign the long text to a string. After typing string text equals getResources.getString, I write r.string.bigText. Okay, so the icon and the text are now ready. So let's go ahead and add them to the notification. So we'll add the picture first, and we'll continue below. And I'm writing the .setLargeIcon method here. SetLargeIcon method takes the icon object as a parameter. Now this method is not the big picture scrolling down, but the small picture opposite the notification. So this thumbnail is actually a large icon. Now the icon next to the application name is the small icon that we specify in the code as the setSmallIcon. This is the big icon. It will look like this when the first notification arrives. This is not a scrollable picture yet. This picture doesn't even have to be the same as a scrollable picture. For example, in the messaging application, this may be the picture of the person sending the big icon message, whatever. In any event, the large picture or long text that will appear when scrolled can also be a message sent by the user. Okay, so now let's add the scrollable picture. After typing .setStyle here, I'll write new notification.bigPictureStyle. Then I write .bigPictureIcon. So the scrollable picture notification is now ready. So we can run this and let's see what happens. So the application opens. Let's click the button 5 times. Okay, there's notification. Now, if you look at the notification, the large picture appears scrollable. So let's add scrollable text. Okay, so I can delete this line because it doesn't make much sense to use both scrollable image and text together. Now, if you want to do it that way, you can. If you don't want to do it that way, you go ahead. But I'll continue here. After writing .setStyle, I'll write new notification.bigTextStyle. And then I'll write .bigTextText. Okay, so that adds extensible text. Now, scrolling the text will show the long text instead of short text. You don't believe me? Let's run the application again. There's the application, press the button, there's notification. Long text now appears. Short content appears when the notification is minimized. When the notification is extended, the short content disappears and the long content is shown instead. What do you think of that? I think that's pretty cool. So that's how to add expandable text and images into that notification. We got something else in store for you, so I want to see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we will cover push notifications. Now, everybody talks about push notifications, but in this course, up until now, we've only dealt with local notifications. So local notifications, as you remember, we create a personal or special event. But there's this other type of notification, and we can send collectively to all users who download the app. So that's what we call a push notification. With push notifications, you can send notifications to users who download your application, even if they're not using your application. You know, like, hey, a new update is available or something similar. But the main purpose of a push notification is to remind the user who downloaded your application to their device of something. So in order to send push notifications to the user, it's usually sufficient for the application to be installed on the phone. The user does not need to take any other action. The push notification is pretty much the most effective way to notify users who have downloaded your app. It also offers the opportunity to send messages to thousands and, well, let's be realistic, even millions of people who have downloaded your very successful application. And it sends these messages out to everybody at the same time. So push notifications are server-based notification types. So in other words, you ensure the integration of your application with a server. Then you send a collective notification to all users from that server. Now, many service providers provide free of charge notification services up to some very high numbers for this. If you want to send notifications in even higher numbers, well, you can just go ahead and get a notification service from these, usually from your service provider at some pretty low cost. Well, I'll leave all of that for you to figure out and do some research on when you get that far. But right now, let's talk about what other kinds of things are you going to come up against, or what kinds of messages, what kinds of anything can you send to the user? But in fact, the answer to this question might not be as simple as you might initially think, because it varies according to the type of application. For example, if you've prepared an application in, let's say, for news or for sports, well, you can send the result of an important game or some breaking news to users as a notification. And that way, all the users receive this message and they can spend more time in your app through the message. For another example, if you have developed a weather application or an application that tracks flight information, let's say, you can send instant weather changes or flight changes to the users as a notification. Now, by the way, let me bring your attention to this. You can also send collective notifications to users in a specific geographic area just by using the user's location information. Now, let's say you happen to be developing an e-commerce application. Well, you can send users notifications about discounts and campaigns. So your sales can be increased just by learning these notification messages. So I think you get the point, right? I mean, you can use push notifications in a variety of ways, depending on your app. Now, of course, there are many service providers, and I told you about that a little bit earlier, that you'll be able to send your push notifications through. One of the service providers that you can use to send push notifications is Firebase. So Firebase Cloud Messaging System. It's one of the features of Firebase, which is a service of Google to developers. Now, by integrating Firebase into your Android application, you can take advantage of many services and send many push notifications. Firebase provides many advantages to Android application developers. In fact, it works in perfect harmony with Android devices, as you might even guess. So, of course, for this reason, we will describe Firebase in pretty good detail coming up. So by taking on this Firebase, we're also going to show how to send these push notifications that I talk so much about. But I do want to tell you that there is another well-known push notification service provider. It's Amazon SNS. And of course, it's a service that Amazon provides to developers specifically. But again, you can do your research and choose what you want to do with your apps. Oh, but let me just mention one other one. It's called OneSignal. It's widely used, and you can use OneSignal as a service provider for push notifications. But that's about it. I think that we've covered everything that we need to in this notification section. So that's push notification theory, if you will. So in the next section, when we learn Firebase, we will also learn the sending of push notifications. Okay, so I want to see you in the next video. Hello, everybody. In this video, we will start our new chapter, and we will learn the Firebase Developer Platform. So Firebase, it's a mobile and web application development platform, and it provides a lot of tools for developers, and it simplifies the work as well. Firebase was first established in 2011 by the Firebase company, which it was named for, in order to help developers add online chat features to their websites. But then in 2014, it was purchased by Google, and isn't that every developer's dream to sell it to Google? Anyway, the Google Cloud Platform has become a multifunctional platform by combining with other services, such as AdMob, Google Ads. The Firebase platform is currently used by, get this, more than 1.5 million applications with 18 different services. I'd also like to briefly mention the services that Firebase offers to developers and some of the advantages it provides, and you might want to look into it more deeply. But I want to tell you that one of the most important features of Firebase is its ability to work on all platforms. So in other words, Android, iOS, and website developers can use Firebase's services throughout, across the board. So this feature gives developers a huge advantage. For example, Firebase offers real-time database service. What? Real-time? Sure enough, once a database is created, iOS developers and Android developers can use the same database at the same time. Therefore, you can develop simultaneous applications on all platforms. So here, thanks to the real-time database, the data in the application can be updated without the need to close the application or even update it. For example, you can develop an application like Google Drive with Firebase. You can upload users' files to the server from iOS devices, Android devices, or computers, and then access them from all devices. Of course, there are hundreds more examples like this. But one of the other features that Firebase provides to developers is that it automates authentication processes. So as an Android application developer, you can easily add the features of, for instance, logging into your application by mail and phone number without having to know the server management and without dealing with any of those back-end processes. Or you can enable users to log into your applications with their Google account or even social media accounts such as Facebook, GitHub, Twitter, whatever. So being able to use these features in your application takes your application to, boom, professional levels. Also, you can send notifications to users who download your application via Firebase. Or, thanks to the file storage service of Firebase, you can also enable users to keep media files such as music, pictures, videos online and access them from all their platforms. In addition to all this, thanks to the file storage service, you can develop applications such as, well, why not? Listening to music, watching videos, without taking up any extra storage space on the phone. Firebase serves developers in many other areas as well, and you can use all these services for free until they reach, well, it's a really high number of users. So it pretty much makes Firebase incredible for developers. All right, so that's enough for at least a quick little primer on Firebase. But let's put the theoretical explanations aside and get our hands dirty. Let's start using Firebase. Hello, everyone. In this video, we will learn how to create a database, and this is the subject of this very first chapter for Firebase. So when we do this, we will be able to benefit from all of the features of Firebase. Begins with a database. So let's start right away. First up, I'll just open whatever my favorite Google Internet browser is, and I'll write Firebase. And I just click on the link firebase.google.com from these search results. Okay, so I've reached the home page of Firebase. You will need a Gmail account to create a project in Firebase. Now, after logging into your Gmail account, you can click the Go to Console button. And now I have reached the project management panel of Firebase. So why don't we create our first project here? I'll just press the Create a Project button. Now we'll need to name our project here, and since it will be an example project, I'm going to just write example for the name. And click on Continue. Here it asks if I want to add Google Analytic features to the project. We're not going to be using this feature right now, but we'll add it anyway. You can always remove it if you want to later. And I just click Continue. And I will click the Create Project button. And that's how Firebase starts to create our first project. So this might take a little time. But here we have now reached the management section of our example project. So now all of the possibilities of Firebase lay before us. So on this page, you can see the services offered by Firebase. There are things that we can do in the menu here on the left. For example, in the authentication section, you can organize the process of logging into our application with a user's mail and password, and well, just by sending a verification code to the phone. You can also create a real-time online database in the database section. In the storage section, you can store the user's files, such as photos, videos, music, whatever. You can also host your website in the hosting section. So if we look here below, you can reach the reports about the application in the quality section. We can also access user data in the analytics section. Now here in the extensions section, we can do many operations, such as sending notifications and testing. Of course, since we are going to be creating a real-time database in this lesson, I am just going to the database section. You can play around with everything else later. Now here you see there are two alternatives. One is Firestore and the other is real-time database. Firestore is a database type that was developed by Google to store large and complex data and to query it fairly, well, daggone it, really quickly. Now, we're not going to be using it at this particular stage, but we will be using this real-time database. So real-time database is a cloud-based database, and the data is basically stored in the database as JSON data. So Firebase is not an SQL database. So in other words, since SQL queries are not used, they are separated from classical databases, right? So I know it's just a brief explanation, but believe me, and press the Create Database button. Now, in this section, Google asks where to get the analytical data from. So here you can choose which country you're in. And I'm going to pass on this part because it's not on topic. If you want to, you can do all of that detailed research. So now it'll ask us for the security rules of the database. And here you can determine just by reading and writing properties of your database. If you set these properties to false, nobody can read the data of the database or add data to the database. You can, of course, change these features later. I just do it to be locked in the very first instance to show you how to lock and unlock it. You can do that later too. But I'm going to leave it locked. So that means that I can only log in from this administration panel. But of course, in the following lessons, we're going to cover these issues in detail. So right now, I'll just press the Enable button, and that will create our first database. All right, so now our database, of course, is currently empty. There's absolutely nothing in it. But don't worry, I'm going to explain how to add data in here. So after this, we've got to add this database to the application that we will create in Android Studio. So that is the operation we're going to save for the next lesson. I'll see you in the next video. Well, hello to all of my friends here. I am glad to be sharing this with you because I want to show you how to integrate the Firebase project that we created in the previous lesson into a project that we're going to create in Android Studio. All right, so let's start without wasting any time. Now, I hope you remember, I'm sure you remember, right, that we created a Firebase project in the previous lesson. We named the project as the example. All right, so in this project, we're creating a real-time database. The database security rules were closed to read and write from the outside, and our database was empty. So before filling the database, we must ensure that this Firebase project is integrated into the project that we will create in Android Studio. So I need to be creating a new project in Android Studio to do all of this, and I'll name this project Firebase Example. Programming language will be Java. Minimum API level will be 27 or Android Oreo. So, of course, when you press the Finish button, Android Studio creates a new project. Great. So now the new project is ready. We can go to the design page, which is available in the main activity. Now with the Show System UI option from the following selection, I made this page appear on the phone screen as it appears in front of you now. So what we're going to do is log in to Android Studio with the Google account in the upper right corner of Android Studio. I'll just press Sign In and see how the Google account that you log in with has to be the same as the Google account that you log in with to Firebase, right? Okay, so Android Studio warns us that, it wants to reach the following data. So I'm going to click Allow. All right, so the entry is now complete. I can go ahead and close this page. Now check it out. If we return to Android Studio, we're going to see you are logged in with that Gmail account. So I'm going to switch to Firebase and click the Add Firebase to Android project button. And naturally, the first project is waiting for us to enter the package names on the newly opened page. So the package name of the project is written in the main activity.java file. Package name is com.company.firebaseexample. So I'll just copy and paste this name here. In the next section, you can also write the application nickname if you want to give it one. I'm going to pass on that because it's optional and I don't like nicknames. Now for the third part, we should just write the SHA-1 key of Android project. So you don't need to add any SHA keys in basic Firebase usage, such as real-time database or Firebase storage, but you do need to have your project SHA-1 and SHA-256 keys defined in the Firebase console for SMS code verification or Google sign-in. So I just want to show you how you can get SHA keys. So let's go on back to Android Studio. Now, of course, there are several different ways to obtain SHA keys, and I'll just try to show you them in order. So first, I want to click on the Gradle tab on the right side of the interface up here. See it? So if you do see Run Configurations as a folder and the signing report option just below this folder? Well, you can double-click this signing report and run the application. All right, so here you can see the SHA keys in the run window. And that was just the first method. So if you don't see such an option under the Gradle tab, I hope you didn't gasp and panic. Just follow the second method that I'm going to tell you now. Open Terminal, which is located just below the interface. Now, you see we have to then write signing report as a command here. So you can find this command from the developers.google.com site. And here I shared with you the link of this site, right? So you can access this link just below the lesson if you still can't find it. Now I scroll the page and come to using Gradle's signing report section. I'll just copy the command here. Then I paste this command in the terminal in Android Studio. Then I press Control and Enter. And what do you see? The signing report has been run, and we have now obtained the SHA keys. Now, I did mention a third method, perhaps. Let's open up Command Prompt from our computer. So for this, I'll type CMD into the search bar of a PC and click Open to open the command prompt. And what we need to do here is access the bin folder in the JRE folder on our computer. So let's first look and see where that bin folder is. So I want to open local disk. Open up the program files folder, and I'll open the Java folder. I'll open the JRE folder. Okay, so as you can see, the bin folder is in here. Why don't we access it from the command prompt? For this, we can first access the C folder. So I'll type cd ... press enter. So this cd ... command, in case you might not remember, or maybe you don't use CLIs very often. Anyway, it moves us to an outer folder. So once again, I'll write cd ... and press enter. All right, so you see how we access a local disk? Now let's access the program files folder. So I'm writing cd program files, enter. Okay, so there we have accessed the program files folder. Now I can write cd Java, and we can go inside the JRE folder. So I'll copy the file name of the JRE folder. I can right-click on the JRE folder, and if I select the rename option, well, I can copy the file name just by pressing Control and C, same time on the keyboard. Now I can paste this file name into command prompt. When you right-click with a mouse, we can automatically paste the file name that you copied, right? So finally, let's go inside the bin folder. So I can write cd bin and press enter. So what you're looking at is how we've accessed the bin folder. But now we're going to type a command here. I'm going to open developers.google.com site again, and here I'll come to the Using Key tool on the certificate section. Are you with me? So I'm copying the command, and I'm going to paste the command into command prompt. Okay, so I'll move the cursor to the beginning of the command using the left arrow key from the keyboard. And here I'll write key tool at the beginning of the command. All right, so I've got to write in here the file path where the .android folder is located. So we're going to need to find that .android folder right away. So in the local disk, I'll open users, open the folder that belongs to the PC name. As you can see, the .android folder is here. So I can just copy the file path of this folder. I'll right-click on .android folder. I'll choose the properties option. Okay, so as you can see, we can find the file path in the location section here. And I'll copy this, open command prompt, Now, I'm going to move the cursor to where it says User Profile. I'm deleting the user profile statement and pasting the file path that I've just copied. Now, finally, I'll write -list-v at the end of that command. All right, so that's the command as you're looking at it. Now, you might want to just pause the video here and have a look at the whole command so that you can imagine where it might take you. Otherwise, I'm just going to go ahead and press enter from the keyboard. Are you ready? Finish reading? Memorize it? All right, here we go. As you can see, it's asking us for the key store password. Well, that password is Android, all in lowercase by default. So I'm just going to type Android, press enter. Whew, there we go. There we have now obtained the SHA keys. All right, my friends, that is how you get SHA keys in 3 different ways. So now I want to add, but that wasn't, the end goal, huh? Now I want to add the SHA-1 key we obtained to the Firebase project. So I want to choose the SHA-1 key. I'll press Control and C to copy the SHA-1 key and go back to Firebase console. So I'm going to paste it in here. All right, so we've added the SHA-1 key. We can continue. So I'm going to press the Register App button. Now Firebase creates a JSON file for us. Now it wants me to download this file and copy it under the app folder in the project file. So I'm just going to press the download button and download the file. So now I'm going to want to copy the file that I've downloaded and bring it on over to Android Studio. So when I select the project option in the upper left-hand corner up in here in Android Studio, it's going to show me the project files. So here I'm going to select the app folder and press Control V, so that'll paste that JSON file. The Google Service JSON file is added. So now I can just go back to Firebase and click Next. Pretty cool, huh? All right, don't give up yet. The third step is we need to add the Gradle libraries to the project. And for that, we're going to go back to Android Studio. Once in Android Studio, I'll select Firebase from the Tool menu in the top menu. Now, Firebase Assistant gets opened over here on the right. So in this section, I'm going to select the Real-Time Database and click Get Started with Real-Time Database as my option.
Here, we will do it step by step. The first step is to connect to Firebase. Therefore, I click on the Connect to Firebase button. As you can see, we got an error like could not parse the Android application module's Gradle config. Resolve Gradle build issues. Unfortunately, we get an error like this since the compile SDK level is 32. API 32 is still in the testing phase, and I think we are getting such an error due to some bugs. You may not have this error. But if you encounter this error, you can set the compile SDK level to 31. Let's fix this problem now. First of all, from the project directory, I choose Android instead of project. Then I open build.gradle module app. Here, I am changing the compile SDK and target SDK to 31. Now let's click on the Sync Now button. Synchronization is complete. Now let's click the Connection to Firebase button again from Firebase Assistant. It asks us to rebuild the project. I click the Build button. Our project is being rebuilt. Our project has been built. Now let's click on the Connection to Firebase button one last time. If you notice, it says that this project is now connected to Firebase. But we can renew the connection. Therefore, I click the OK button. As you can see, it redirects us to Firebase console. From the Firebase console, I choose the Firebase project, that is, the example project, to which we added our Android project. And finally, I click on the Connect button. As you can see, we have connected our Android Studio project with Firebase. We can now close this window. Now let's go back to Android Studio. Notice that the Connect to Firebase section is green, and this step has been completed.
Second step, pressing the Add the Realtime Database SDK to your app. So when you press that button, it shows all the libraries to be added to the Gradle file. So yeah, I want to accept the changes. So now all the required libraries get added to the Gradle file. You can always check it out if you want. I'll show you how. So let's have a look. As you can see, the Firebase database library has been added. All right, so that's that done. So what about the steps to edit the reading and writing rules of the database? Well, I'll just mosey on back to Firebase again. And here I've completed the third step in Android Studio, so I'll click on Next. Now for step 4, I'll just click Continue to Console. And now that we're back on the console, our project gets integrated with Firebase. So I want to take you back to the database section. Rules are currently false. Database has been opened. It is currently empty. Clicking on the Rules tab, we can see the rules. And we're going to change rules of writing and reading right in here. Okay, so you know what? We're going to save those operations for the next video. But before we wrap it up here, I do want to show you how you can add the SHA-256 key. Remember, I told you about that earlier. So just click on the gear icon here. And I'll click on Project Settings. Under the General tab, we can see the basic information about our project. But also, it's going to be useful to select your Gmail account here, where you use the Firebase console from the support email section. Sometimes because of this, we might get an error while running applications, so just to be safe. So when we scroll down this page a little bit more, we can see the SHA-1 key that we added. So now let's add the SHA-256 key. I'll click on Add Fingerprint. I'm going to copy the SHA-256 key that we just obtained. Now I'll paste the SHA-256 key to the relevant field, just like that. And then all I need to do is press the Save button. There you go. We've now defined SHA-1 and SHA-256 keys in our project. Now, you don't need to add them. If you don't want to add them, you're going to receive errors in the SMS verification and sign in with Google operations. But that's up to you. We're going to go over that later. So eventually you'll learn what to do. Okay, so let's leave it here. We've integrated our project in Android Studio with Firebase. Very important step. And as you can see, there's many steps to follow. In our next lesson, we're going to learn how to add data to that real-time database. So stick around. I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everybody. In this lesson, we will learn how to add real-time data to the database that we created in Firebase. So why don't we get right to it? In the last video, we created a database in Firebase, but this database is still empty. And in the rules section, we made the rules of the database closed to reading and writing. So why do we leave the database closed to reading and writing? What's the meaning of creating a database if we can't even write something to the database or read the data there? So here we turn off the database for reading and writing, which means that users cannot add or read data from mobile and web. But of course, we can add, remove, change, or read data from the Firebase management panel, right? So that makes sense, right? So now I'm making the read and write properties of the database to be true. And these settings are now applied when I press the Publish button. But look at this. Firebase gives us a warning. It says that our operation is dangerous. Now, in fact, it's not actually the right move to open and read the database completely, is it? Because everybody can access the whole database from within the application. Of course, to repeat myself, it's not distributed yet, so that's okay. But I'll show you this. You can also set the database to read specific sections, write specific sections, as well as close or open both sections when needed. You can also do these operations after creating the database. However, since we are in the experimental stage, we're going to open the entire database for reading and writing. Now, I also close this warning just by pressing the Dismiss button. And I'll go back to the data section. So Firebase database works with a system called NoSQL. In other words, you don't need to create tables like SQL databases. Add data into these tables and then access the contents of these tables with SQL queries. Instead, it works with parent-child logic. So there's a parent at the top, and below the parent there will be children of this parent. And you can also compare this to the tree structure in the data structures lesson, but it works a little differently. For example, this is our main database. So let's add a child under this first. And when clicking on the plus sign next to it, a new child was added. Now, let the name of the new child be, let's say, employee, maybe, while creating tables for SQL queries and database lessons, the first employee table is usually created. So let's add another child to this employee database and let this child's name be name. Then let the value of the child name be David. And as you can see here, only the last child can take the value. Parents cannot take the value. So why don't we add another child to this employee parent? Let this child's name be surname. Let the value of this be Beckham. And as you can see, we've now created a child named employee under the main database. We created two children under the employee. These last two children have values. When I press the Add button, these values are added to the database. All right, so let's add another child to this employee parent. The name of the child may be profession. And let the value be engineer, for example. So when the Add button is pressed, this child is added under the employee parent. As you can see here, the employee parent has no value of its own. Parent cannot take the value in this system. You can add as many children as you want to the employee parent, or you can add as many children as you want to the main database. So here the employee is both a child and a parent. So the employee is both the child of the main database, and it'll also have children. So let's add another child to the main database. Let's call the child salary. And if I give value to the salary child, I cannot add any children under it. So let's make this salary 2,000 for its value, and pressing the add button, the salary is added to the bottom of the main database. So now the main database has two children. One of these children is salary and the other is employee. Employee child has also 3 children. These 3 children are job, name, and surname. So first, the database should be created in this way according to the application's content. For example, we can add a section to the database where you will keep user data. So let's make the name of this section be users. So we'll need to create children for whatever data that we want to keep. For example, we can keep the user's name, and its name may be Mary. And then we can keep the user's email address. So we'll write a value here. And you can, of course, keep the user's phone number. And I'm writing a number here. So by pressing the Add button, 3 values were added under Users. And you can add thousands or even millions of data points like this. So it's a system that we can use when we create this database. Now, there's also another system that we will be able to take and use data from the user and add it here. I'll show you, for example, here users can enter information such as name, mail, phone number in the application, and this data can then be added to the database. Here we will create this process in Android Studio. So we'll move on over to Android Studio and continue over there. All right, so here we are. We've created a project in the previous lessons in Android Studio, and we will continue with this project where we have integrated Firebase. So let's add one edit text to this project. And let's add a button. So when the user enters the data in edit text, I want to add this data into Firebase, right? So I'm going to add this data under the user's parent in the Firebase when I click the button. So first of all, I will delete the text of edit text, and instead of it, I will add a hint. Right, so I'll write in here, please enter your name in this hint section. So the ID of edit text can remain edit text. And I'll change the text of the button to send data to database. Okay, so that way the button's ID can also remain button. Now, since it is constraint layout, I select 2 components and click the magic wand icon. And currently the components have received their constraint values. So now let's define these components on the Java side. So I'll match the IDs in the onCreate method. I also add a click listener to the button. When the user clicks on the button, I must first get the data the user has entered. So I'll create a string username and throw that data into this string. All right, so now it's time to send this data to the database. To do this, first I'll create an object from the Firebase Database class. I'll name the database in this object. I am writing Firebase Database, database equals Firebase Database.getInstance. Then I create an object from the database reference class. I write database reference, reference equals database.getReference. So in this way, I reach the database. So now I can add the data to the database using this reference object. But I've now reached the main database. So in other words, to the database that I named earlier, example. So if I add this way, the data will be added as the child of the database, but I want to add it as the child of the users. So what do? For that, I just write .child to get reference. So through this .child method, you can reach one of the 3 children under the main database. So I can reach salary or users or employee. I'm writing users here because, of course, I want to reach users. And now the data will be added under users. See how that works? So I'll be doing the send data operation in the click listener of the button. I'll write reference.child here. I will give username to this child as a name. And then a child will be created under users, such as name, email, phone number, etc. And by doing this, we will give a value to this child. This child's name is user's name. We will give a value to this child using .setValue. Its value will be username. And thus, we will assign the data that we receive from the user into username, which we will create under users. So why don't we just run the application and see what happens? So sure enough, the application opens. The database also appears. So now let me just write in a name here. Clicking the button, this data is added to the database instantly. So this is what real-time database means. Your application and millions of applications are running simultaneously with your database. You see the potential? So while the data you add to your database can appear in the application instantly, the data that we receive from the users can be seen in the database instantly. You see where I'm going with this? So this feature is just one of the great features that Firebase offers us. So I just wanted to show you how to add real-time data into the database. So that's enough for now. We're going to learn how to read data from the database in the next lesson. So I'm going to save all that for the next video. I will see you then. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So in this lesson, we will learn how to extract this real-time data from the database. So in other words, we're going to pull the data from the database through our Android application and then show this data to users in the application. So why don't we just get right to it? We'll first review the database. So we have our main database here, and the main database will also have 3 children, and these children also have their own children. And we can shoot any of these data that we want to. For example, in this lesson, we will take the name Mary, which is the value of the name cell under users. And let's go to Android Studio for this operation. All right, so we already had an ongoing project in Android Studio. We also did the Firebase integration for this project. So why don't we just go ahead and add a text view to the project to show our data. And I will show the name that I will pull from the database over this text view. and we'll make a few changes to make it look clear. Now, first of all, I'll give the constraint value to the text view so that it appears in the position that I have determined. And then next, let's enlarge the text size of the text view a little. And we can also change the font color. You know how I like doing that. Of course, you can add more. Its ID is text view. All right, so now we can go to the Java side. First, I'll define the text view. Then I match the ID in the onCreate method. Okay, so now it's time to pull that data out of the database. So I want the data to be captured and shown in text view when the app opens. And for this reason, I will perform the data extraction in the onCreate method. So I'll need the object created from the database reference class to pull the data. And we previously created an object named reference. So you can also use the same object if you want, or you can create a new object. I'm going to create a new one so you can follow along. So I'm calling the database reference class, and this time I'll give a different name to the object I will create in this class. So I'll just name it reference2, and I'll write reference2 equals database.getReference. This time I did not add a child, so I reached the main database. I will specify which child to shoot when capturing the data. And by the way, I'll just state this for the record. If the database reference object is created to reach the main database, you can just use the same object as many times as you want. So in other words, you can specify which child you want to reach in the required place and draw that data. But if you want to define the database reference list to reach the child at the bottom, you're going to need to create a new database reference object elsewhere, where you want to reach the above parents. But I'm going to warn you, this will both increase the size of the application and complicate your code. So, for that reason, you should be very careful about creating a database reference object in a class. Okay, so now we can continue where we left off after my brief public service announcement. So here, I'm just going to call the reference2.addValue event listener method, and I'll write new value event listener, in parentheses. Android Studio completes the rest. I'll add a semicolon to the end. Now there are two methods here. The first is the onDataChange method, and we perform data extraction in this method. So this method also constantly monitors the database live. It's not called real-time database for nothing. So when there's a change in the database, it instantly reflects in the application. The second is the onCanceled method. So here we state if there's any action to be taken when data cannot be pulled or any error occurs. For example, you can always show the user a toast message. All right, so now let's pull the data. So we pull the data through the object created from the data snapshot class. So I'll write data snapshot.child here, because the database reference has been defined so that it can access the main database. I have to reach its child. The child's name is users, and that's why I write users here. Then I write .child again. This time, I need to reach the child of the users. Its name. For this reason, I'll write name here. And then I'll write .getValue. So we got the data. but we have to assign this data into a string. So here I'll create a container named string real name and put this data that I've drawn into the string. But Android Studio gives a warning. Wait, why is that? Well, it's because the data is kept as JSON data in the Firebase database. So we've got to convert it to string. So I'll just click on the red lamp and select the case to string option. Thus, the data translates into a string. Man, isn't that cool? So if we were to assign integer or double containers, we should have made cases for those data types this time. So now let's print the data that we receive in text view. Username.setText real name. And there you go. The process completes. So why don't we just go ahead and run it, and, well, we'll see how it looks. As you can see, the data was pulled as soon as the application was opened, and it prints in text view. Cool. All right, so now I want to show you the database and the application side by side. Now, when I delete the name Mary in the database and replace it with David, the new name was instantly displayed in text view without updating the application APK, without having to restart the application. The application and database are working simultaneously. Oh, it's so very cool. All right, so in this video, we've learned how to pull real-time data from Firebase. I want to see you in the next video. Hello to everyone. So in this video, we are going to practice performing authentication using Firebase. Now, what we mean by authentication is to enable users to log into the application just by entering their email address and a password, or by entering their phone number and a password. So in this way, you can give your users customized information. So as you know, the number of applications logged in this way is huge now, and this is a great way for personal information to be protected, because you do want to protect your users after all. Now, if different people want to log into the same application from the same device, anyone can access their own information by logging in with their own email address and password. For example, when users log into an application with their email address and password, then everyone can see each other's emails within the same application. So in the meantime, users can access their data from anywhere thanks to server-based applications such as Firebase. The user can log into the application from any device with his or her own email and password and view their mail or messages. However, if your application is not server-based, users can only access its data from their device. So for this reason, developing applications with Firebase will provide us greater advantages. I'll give you another example. In let's say a book reading program, the user can continue from each of their devices thanks to this authentication. And again, you can do the authentication process in many ways just by using Firebase. In other words, you can perform not only authentications with email and password, but also authentications by sending a code to the phone number, or authentication through applications such as Google, Facebook, and Twitter, etc. Now, in fact, you can do these operations not only with Firebase, but also through other servers. However, Firebase will allow you to perform these operations just by writing a few lines of code in Android Studio without having to deal with the server side. So for that reason, Firebase especially facilitates the work of mobile developers. So in this chapter, we're going to learn how to authenticate just by entering the email address and the password using Firebase, and send a single-use message to the phone number in order to authenticate. So first, we're going to start with the login process using email and password. So by entering the email address and password, we can perform the authentication process through our ongoing project in Android Studio. So first, I just want to delete the existing components, and we're going to do everything together in this one. So here we have to design a login page where the user will enter their email address and password. So for this reason, I'm going to add an edit text for the email login. I'll also add one edit text for the password entry. I'll also add a button that I'm going to use to log in after entering the user's information. And I'll add a hint to the first edit text. So in the hint, I'll write, please enter your email address. And the second edit text, I'll write your password into the hint section. And I'll write sign in the text section of the login button. And now you can use this page if the user has already subscribed. If not, I should add another button to be directed to the membership page. Hey, you know what? I'll also write a sign up in the text of this button. So in other words, if the user is not a member, he must first become a member. Okay, so let's give some IDs to the components. So I'll write edit text email, the first place. And I'm writing edit text password to the ID of the second edit text. And I'll write button sign in the ID of the login button. And I'll write button sign up in the ID of the sign up button. And if the user is already a member, they'll be able to log in just by entering their email address and password. Now, if the user is not a member or hasn't ever signed up, well, clicking on the sign up button should open a new page. So for that reason, I've got to create another activity. So why don't we just go ahead and create that now? So the name of the new activity, let's just call it sign up. Our new activity is ready. And since this activity will be a new member page, we've got to add edit text where the user will enter their email and password. And I'll also add a button. So I write the same things in the hint section of the edit text. And I'll also change the text of the button to sign up. I'll write edit text, sign up email in the ID of the first edit text. I'll write edit text, sign up password in the ID of the second edit text. So I'll also write enter button in the ID of the button. Oh, and by the way, since the main activity layout is in constraint layout, I will select all the components and click on the magic wand icon to automatically give them constraint values. And I'll do the same for the sign up activity. Of course, our design was not necessarily the most aesthetically pleasing. I just did it this way because I didn't want to take too much time with the design side. You, of course, can use your imagination and make a much more beautiful design if you want to. Okay, so now we can start the authentication process. So first of all, I'll just delete the codes that we wrote earlier for that main activity. Okay, so now we can start writing Java code. So first we'll need to define the components of the main activity. Edit text email, edit text password, button sign in, and lastly, button sign up. So next, we'll match the components with their IDs. Mail equals find view by ID, r.id.edit text email. Password equals find view by ID, r.id.edit text password. Sign in equals find view by ID, r.id.button sign in. Sign up equals find view by ID, r.id.button sign up. Okay? Now let's add a click listener to the sign in and sign up buttons. And we'll open the sign up activity when the user wants to become a new member. So I'll do this with the intent method. So I'm writing intent I, main activity dot this, and sign up dot class. And then I write start activity I. So now when the user clicks on the sign up button, the sign up activity will open. So now let's write the Java code of the sign up activity. Edit text mail, edit text password, button enter, and then let's match the components with their IDs. Mail equals find view by ID, r.id.edit text sign up mail. Password equals find view by ID, r.id.edit text sign up password. Enter equals find view by ID, r.id.button enter. So now let's add a click listener to the button. Now I'll also define the main activity in the manifest file as the parent activity of the sign-up activity. So here in the XML tag of the sign-up activity, I'll write Android parent activity name equals main activity. So I'll show you what this line of code does in the app. Of course, if you want to, you can run the application on the real device. I'm going to be opening the simulator. So let's run the application and check the operations that we've done so far. All right, so the application's open, and clicking the sign up button opens the sign up activity. And if the user wants to give up and return to the login page, they can always return by pressing the back button in the upper left corner. So the definition in the manifest file automatically adds a back button, and it works. Okay, so after that, we've got to write the code that's related to the membership of the user. Now, before we start writing code to be written for the user to be a member, we've got to first do some operations over on the Firebase side. Now, if you remember, we were last in the database section, so we will do the sign in and sign up process in the authentication section. And here is the sign-in method section. So in this section, you should activate which methods that you want the user to be able to log in with. The options here are log in with email and password, log in with phone number verification, log in with Google account, Facebook, Twitter, many more. So right now I'm just going to activate the email and password section, and because we're doing this concurrently, I entreat you to choose the same. All right, so this section is currently closed. Selecting Enable and pressing the Save button will now be able to authenticate via email and password through the application. Okay? So after that, we can write the necessary code for someone to become a member in Android Studio. So in Android Studio, I'll select Tools and Firebase from the top menu. Now, the Firebase Assistant has an authentication section. From the authentication section, I will click the Authenticate using Custom Authentication System. And clicking here opens the email and password authentication section. So the first step is the integration of the application with Firebase, and we've already done this before. In the second step, the necessary Gradle library needs to be added. And here the Firebase Auth library will be added. So I'll click the Accept Changes button, and then Android Studio adds the necessary libraries. So let's check it out from the Gradle file. And as you can see, the Firebase Auth library has been added. All right, so now we need to move on and write the Java code. So we'll close up this menu. So first, we're going to write the necessary code for the sign-up part in the sign-up activity. Now, we defined the components in the Java section of the sign-up activity. We also added a click listener to the sign-up button. Now, first of all, when the user clicks the register button, we need to get the data entered by the user, right? And that is the email address and password. So I'll just write in here string user email equals mail dot get text dot to string. Okay. Now I'll also need the password, string user password equal password dot get text dot to string. All right, so after that, we'll do the membership process. But I want to create a new method below and do it in that method. Then we're going to call the method in click listener. All right, so the name of the method can be sign up Firebase. The method will have two parameters. The parameters will be string user email, string user password. And before doing the operations here, gotta create an object from the Firebase Auth class above. All right, so Firebase Auth, the name can be auth again, equals Firebase Auth dot get instance. And we're going to use this auth object to sign up, okay? So the codes that I need to write in this method are available in the Firebase Assistant menu. So that's handy. Let's copy it from there. So I'll just open up the Firebase Assistant again. And from the 7th section, I'll click the link here to open the complete guide for custom authentication. Now on this page, I will click password authentication from the left of the page here. All right, so hopefully you can see here is the necessary code for email and password authentication. So I just need to copy these. And when we continue, I'll explain everything about what these codes mean. So I'll paste all this code into the sign up Firebase method. And the red sections here are just because the classes are not important because I copied and pasted. So let's go ahead and fix them. So this part will be the name of the object to be created from the Firebase Auth class. All right, here, the name of the object that we created, namely auth. The parameters here will be user mail and user password. And I'll just delete this code so that we're not all confused, and we can write the necessary code together. Oh, I can also delete the code in the else section. Now also, we will need to do some import operations. So I can do this just by pressing the Alt and Enter keys on the keyboard, right? And that imports the necessary classes. And I import the required class into the task. And now the alerts have disappeared. All right, so now let's have a look at these codes. Now here, the auth.createUser with email and password method has been called, and this method automatically creates a user account in Firebase. It takes the email and password entered by the user as a parameter in order to create the account. And then we can just add a listener to this process here. And this listener checks to see if the process has been completed, so it checks if the user's account has been opened. And if the transaction has completed, then we define the transactions to be performed in the if section. So if there is a problem creating the account and the account is not opened, we can define the actions to be performed in the else section. For example, if the account cannot be opened in the else section, we can give the user a warning. So what are the actions that we want when the account is created, do you think? Well, first we can show the user a toast message that the account has been created successfully. So I'm writing, your account has been created in this message section. What other actions do we want to do? So if the account has been created, the user should be redirected to the section where the email and password will be entered again from the login page. So we do this by using intent again. And I'll also call the finish method to close this page. So now let's show a toast message to the user in the else section. So I can just copy the same toast message and paste it into the else section. And you can write the message that you want here. Okay, so finally, let's call this method inside the click listener. And after writing sign up Firebase here, I am sending the parameters, user email and user password. Great. So now the application's membership creation section is ready. So let's just run the application just to make sure. And the application opens. Now by pressing the sign up button, the sign up activity is opened. So let's write in an email address in the email section. And I'll also write in a password in the password section. All right, so an account is created by pressing the sign up button. Toast message is displayed. The sign up page was closed and the login page was open. Perfect. But first, let's check to see if the account really is open. Now, if we switch to Firebase, we enabled the latest email and password. If we switch to the user section here, we can see the account that we created. Now, as the administrator of the application, I can see the email address entered by the user. Of course, I won't be able to see the password. So from here, I can see the date when the user created the account. I can also see the last entry date from this section. And here is the user UID. Now, this is a special code, and it is unique for each user. So using this code, I can do several things, like sending a private notification to the user. All right, so after that, we should now be able to log into the application using the account created by this user. All right, fantastic. So we will write the necessary code to log in using the account created by the user in the main activity. So why don't we go ahead to the Java page in main activity. And in the main activity, we've already described the components. We also added a click listener to the buttons. So now we will do the login operation in the click listener of this sign-in button. All right, so first we'll get the email address and password entered by the user. String user mail equals mail.getText.toString. I'll also grab the password. String user password password.getText.toString. And now we'll log in using this email address and password. But I want to create a separate method for the sign-in and call the method here. So the name of the method can be sign-in Firebase. And it'll also be a 2-parameter method. And we can get the necessary code for the login process, guess where? From the Firebase documentation. All right, so on this page, under the sign in a user with email address and password section, we can find the necessary code for sign in with an email and password. Cool, so I'll just copy the code and paste it into the method. And you know what? I can delete the parts in these codes that we're not going to use at this stage. Now also, we will need to do some import operations. So I can do this just by pressing the Alt and Enter keys on the keyboard. Right, and that imports the necessary classes. And the parameters will be user mail and user password. As for the mauth part, we will create an object above from the Firebase Auth class. And I can give auth as the name to this object again. And then I'll write auth here as well. And now we can examine the code. Sign in with email and password is the method here, and it compares the previously created account information with the account information currently entered. And if it's the same, it will do the login process. So while doing this, it takes the email address and password as parameters. Then with a complete listener, it's checked to see whether everything is complete. Now, if the transaction is completed properly, we will write the actions to be made in the if section. And if the login is not done successfully, for example, if the email and password are not the same, we'll define the actions to be performed in the else section. So if the email and password are entered correctly and logged in, let's define those operations to be performed. Now, if the user enters the email address and password correctly here, a new page should open. And this page will be the home page of the application. And then the user can be directed to the section that they want just from this home page. So that means for this, we've got to create a new activity. The name of the new activity may be the main menu, for instance. Pressing the Finish button will create a new activity. So let's add a text view to this new activity. So I'll write main menu in the text of this text view. So this section is only to indicate that we have come to a new page, right? There is no need to design this page at this stage. So let's go back to the main activity. So we're going to open the new page in the if condition with the intent method. So when switching to a new page, I will call the finish method to close this page. All right, so let's show a toast message to the user in the else section. So in the message you can write, mail or password incorrect. Okay, so looks like our sign in method is ready. So let's call this method inside the sign in button. And I'll also write its parameters. And now we can run the application. All right, so the application is open. And in order to log into the application, I've got to write the email and password that I entered while I was signing up. And I'll write the email address. I'll also write the password. And click the sign in button. The main menu activity opens and the sign in activity closes. Boom. So we made the authentication process in Firebase using email and password. Well done. Hello, everyone. So in this lesson, we will learn how the user can log in without entering email addresses and passwords each time when logging into your application. In other words, once the user enters their email address and password, the application will not ask the user for an email and password again until they log out or want to log back in after they've logged out. Because users do not want to enter passwords and emails every time when they enter the application. So any way that we can make this login process easier will up the user experience. All right, so I want to show you how the system works through the application. Now, I do want to show you this example on my phone because some virtual devices, well, can show there are limitations with the authentication operations. And if you have any problems on your virtual device, if your code's correct, it's useful to try it on the real device. All right, so I'll open the Firebase example application. And since it's my first attempt, it'll ask me for an email address and password. So I'll enter the email address and password with the user information that we've created in the previous lessons. And when I press the sign in button, the application is launched. And now I'm closing the application and I'll just open it again. All right, so as you see, This time it goes directly into the main menu, so I don't have to write my email address and password again. So when the user is logging in using this device, until that user signs out from the application, they're not going to be asked for the user email address and password again. And doesn't that make you feel good? Okay, so let's sign out of this. Now I wrote the sign out codes for this application so that when I click on the main menu text view, it will be logged out. So in other words, when I click on the main menu text, the user will log out of Firebase. So when I click on main menu text, it logs out. And again, the sign in activity is open. So now I'll close the application again. And now let's see if it will ask for the email and password when we open the application again. So I'll open up the app. And there you go. So it now asks for an email address and password, even though we've already been there. So here's where I'm going to show you how to add this feature into your application. I'll show both, remembering that if the user was already logged in, and how to log out from the application, because logging out of the application is actually as important as logging in. You know that, right? I mean, if the user does not exit from the application, the user's personal data can easily be stolen. So let's say that this could be a bank application. You should be very careful about these kinds of issues when you're developing your applications. All right? So why don't we start developing immediately? Now, although the process that we'll do is very important, it is very easy to do this using Firebase. We've already said that one of the most important features of Firebase is that it makes server-based transactions very easy. So let's first get to know the user while logging in. And we're going to do this in the main activity, and that is in the activity where the email address and password are entered. So if we look at the main activity, we've created the Firebase login method here. There is the onStart method in Android Studio. I override this method, and I'll do the user recognition process here. All right, so here I'll create an object from the Firebase user class. And I'll name this object user. And I'm writing Firebase user, user equals auth.getCurrentUser. And if you remember, we created an object from the Firebase auth class above. So now we get the user information using this object. Now, once the user enters the email and password, Firebase Auth keeps the user's information until the user logs out. So now we can receive this information from Firebase while the application is opening. If the user has already logged in, the user object will have a value. Then we check this user object with an if condition. We will define if user not null, that is, the actions to be taken if the user has already logged in. So what is that action that we will do? Open the main menu activity without opening this page, the page where the email and password will be entered. So the user will be checked in the onStart method. If the user has a value, this page will never open. Main menu page will open. So we will open the main menu page by using intent. So this main menu activity will be opened with the intent method. And there you have it. The user recognition process has now been completed. So let's sign out. And we will sign out in the main menu. Now I have to add a sign out button here so that the user can indeed sign out. And I'll add the button here. You can do this with a button or the menu option, or with a sign out icon. So I'll write sign out in the text of the button. And since it is a layout constraint layout, I give it a constraint value to the button. The ID of the button is button. And let's define that button on the Java side. So I'll add a click listener to the button. Here the user will log out from Firebase. So I'll write Firebase auth.getInstance.signout for this process. The user will exit from Firebase with this code. Of course, this ain't everything. When the user logs off, this page must be closed, and the page where the email address and password will be entered must be opened again. So that means we're going to do this by using intent again. To activate intent, so I'll write start activity I. So I'll also call the finish method to close this page. And now the sign out process is complete. So let's run it and check this application. And yeah, the application opens. And since the application is open for the very first time, it'll ask for email and password. And I enter it. And clicking on the sign in button, it completes the login. So now I'll close the application and I'll open it up again. And there you go. This time it did not ask for the email and password. So now let's press the sign out button and exit. And there you go. It returns to the login page. Cool. So we finished this topic. Now in the next video, we're going to learn how to add a forgot your password option, or forgot your password as an option. No, forgot your password option. Okay. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this video, I promised you we're going to learn how to reset if the user forgets the password while logging into the application. So as you know, when a user clicks the I forgot my password option in many applications, a password reset email is sent to the email address that the user enters while signing up. So the user enters a new password by clicking the link in this email. We can also perform these operations with Firebase. What? Firebase can't be that great? Well, I'm going to show you how to integrate this system into our application. So let's first start with Android Studio. Now we can do this right here at the place where the email and password are entered. Here there are sign in and sign up options. Let's add a password reset section then. So for this, I'll just add one more button here. And I'll write, I forgot my password, in the text of the button. So write button forgot in the ID of the button. And I'll also give the button constraint value. All right, so let's go to the Java side and define the button. I name the button forgot password. So let's match the button with its ID. Let's add a click listener to this button. And now when the user clicks on the Reset My Password button, a new activity will be opened and the user will enter the email address used while signing up. So now we can open the new activity again with the intent method. And I'll name the new activity Forget Activity. And of course, it'll give a warning because I haven't created this activity yet. So why don't we just create the new activity now? So I'll write the name of the new activity. And just by pressing the Finish button, it will create that new activity. So now let's add one edit text and one button to enter the email address of the user into this activity. And I will write, enter your email address in the hint section of edit text. And I'll also write reset password in the text of the button. And we'll give an ID to these components. So I'll write button reset into the ID of the button. And I'll also write edit text reset into the ID of edit text. Now let's select the components and assign constraint values. So next, we'll define the components on the Java side. So we'll match the IDs in the onCreate method. So let's add a click listener to the button. And to start the password reset process in Firebase, I'll first create an auth object from the Firebase Auth class. Next, let's take the email address entered by the user and assign it to a string. So now we will do the reset using this mail. So here I'll call the auth.setPasswordResetEmail method. And this method will automatically send the password reset link to the user's email. Of course, this method will take the email address entered by the user as a parameter. As you can see, the password reset process is very easy to use. That's just the nature of Firebase. You just have to write the required code on the mobile side, and the Firebase server side automatically handles it. So let's add complete listener, and that'll check whether this method has been done or not. So here I'll write .add on complete listener. And let's add a semicolon at the end of the method. And to check to see if the mail has been sent, let's write if task dot is successful. So that means if the task is successful, we will define what will happen next. we can show a toast message to the user. So, all right, we set a password reset email to your email address in the message section. I'll also call the finish method to close this page. And therefore, the application will return to the section where the email address and password will be entered. So now let's run the application. Application opens. I want to create a new membership before clicking I forgot my password. So I will write a new email address and password in this section. And now by clicking the sign up button, the new membership has been created. Now let's check our new membership in Firebase. So when I refresh the page in Firebase, the new membership appears. And I'll log out. It returns to the login page. So this is the email address that I entered when signing up. It's empty now. There's no email. So let's go back to the application. And I'll click on the I forgot my password button. So I'll write here the email address where the reset email will be sent. And when we click on reset password, we return to the mail login page, and the toast message indicating that a mail was sent to the email address was also displayed. Oh boy. So let's check the email. All right, so new mail has arrived here. I'll open the email immediately and the reset link appears. Cool, so far so good. Now, let's click on the link. It'll open a new page. And on this page, let's enter our new password. And now when I press the save button, the password is changed. Cool, so let's go back to the application. And let's try logging into the application with this new password. So, by clicking the sign in button, the application is logged into with a new password. Awesome. Now we can also customize this sent mail in Firebase. So when we click the password reset option in the template section, we can see the draft of the email to be sent to reset the password. So I'll click on the edit icon to customize the email. This is the name who sent the email. You can write whatever name you want. For example, WhatsApp support can be written for WhatsApp application. And from the no reply section, well, it also defines the email address the user will see. So if you want to send the mail from a particularly special email address, you just define that here. All right, so now in this section, if the user wants to send you an email, you can write the address to which the user's email would be sent to, because the mail that's sent to the user from the Firebase server, the email address that you write here, is the one that they will reach you at. And this part is the subject of the email and the draft of the message. So you can also customize all this if you want to. And then if you press the save button, the password reset emails will now be sent just as you wrote. So that's how to reset a password. I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to log into the application using Firebase. And that is how to authenticate by sending a one-time message to the phone. As you know, many applications are now authenticated just by sending a message to the phone. For example, this system is used in many banking applications. But I'm here to tell you that Firebase makes it very easy to add this system to your application. So let's move on over to Android Studio and see how to do it. Now, we already have this ongoing project in Android Studio, and we added to this application the login with email and password. Also, if the user doesn't have an account, the user can create a new account using an email address. And when the user forgot the password, they can always reset the password. So now let's add another option if the user wants to log in by phone number, because it's all about options. Remember, we're upping the user experience. Now, before I begin here, I want to show you the finished version of the application and show you how it's going to work. So we added the sign in with the phone number button to the current application. And just by clicking this button, it opens a new activity. And then in this new activity, the user writes the phone number in this section. And then by clicking the Send SMS Code button, a one-time use code will be sent to the user by Firebase. Then the user can enter the code in the section below and press the Sign In button. And that's how the user will be able to log into your application. Now, you can divide this stage into two activities if you want to. That is, when the user enters the phone number on this page and presses the Send SMS Code button, both the password is sent and a new activity can be opened, and then the user can enter the incoming code in the new activity. Of course, it's up to you and your design. After all, the logic is the same in both. So why don't we just start developing the application? So first, let's add a new button into the application. And I am writing the text of this button as sign in with phone number. And I'll write button phone sign in the ID of this button. And since it is a layout constraint layout, I give it a constraint value to the button. Now let's define this button on the Java side. So I'll call the button phone sign. And of course, you can give it whatever name you want to. Now let's match the button ID in the onCreate method. And I'll also add a click listener to the button. And now when the user clicks on this button, a new activity must be opened where the user can enter the phone number. And we will open the new activity using intent. So the first parameter of intent will be mainActivity.this. The second parameter will be the name of the activity to be opened. We can name the new activity phone sign activity. And of course, it gives a warning because, well, there is no such activity yet. But have no fear, we will create it soon. All right, so then I'm going to write start activity to run the intent. So now let's create the new activity. I'll write phone sign activity in the name of the activity. And then just by pressing the finish button, it will create a new activity. All right, so when the new activity gets created, the error in the main activity disappeared. That's cool. I'll also add the finish method in order to close this activity. All right, so now we're done with main activity, so we can close it up. And now it's time to design this new activity. So first I'll add an edit tag so that the user can enter their phone number. Then I can add a button that the user will request the password with. Then I'll add one more edit text for the user to enter the incoming password. And then finally, after entering the code, I'll add a button to sign in. So we've added the necessary components. Let's pull it all together and organize them. So first of all, I'll add a hint into the edit text. So I'm typing your phone number in the hint. And I'll also write edit text phone number in the ID. I'll write send SMS into the text of the button. And I'll also write button send SMS in the ID. Now I'm also going to write a description in the hint section of the other edit text. And the description can be enter sent code, and I'll write sign in the text of the button. And I'll also write edit text code in the ID of edit text. So I'll write button sign phone in the ID of the button. All right, so now we can define the components on the Java side. So first, I will define the edit text where the phone number will be entered. And then I'll define the button that will ask for the code. And third, I'll define the edit text for the incoming code where that's going to be entered. And then finally, I'll define the button for login. So let's also match these components with their IDs. First up, I'll match the phone number edit text with this ID. And then I'll match the send code button. Then I'll match the SMS code edit text. Excellent. So finally, I can match the sign with the phone button. So let's add a click listener to two buttons. And in the meantime, since the layout on which the components are located is a constraint layout, I'll give constraint values to the layouts. Constraint values are given automatically when you select all the components and click the magic wand icon. I guess that's why they call it a magic wand. So now we can write the code required to send a one-time password to the phone. So first, when the user enters a phone number, let's send a password with SMS. So first of all, let's take the phone number entered by the user in the click listener of the send code button and assign it to a string. We use the phone auth options class for phone number authentication in Firebase. So I'll create an object from this class. Phone auth options equal phone auth options dot new builder. The new builder method takes the object of the Firebase auth class. In the global area, I create an auth object from the Firebase auth class. Firebase auth Firebase auth dot get instance. Cool, so now we can write the auth object as the parameter. And let's continue. Now I'll define the phone number. And for this, in the next line, I'll write .set phone number. Inside parentheses, I'll write the user phone number. And we'll need to set the timeout, and that is the validity period of the incoming message. So I'll write .set timeout. And this method takes two parameters. The first one is the validity period of the code, and this will be the long type. So you can ensure that the code that you send to the user is valid for a certain period of time, which is great. So it may be a minute, it could be a day, a month. You determine it. So I'm writing 60L here, and the L just represents long type because I want it to be valid for 60 seconds. Of course, you could start a timer for the user to see when the message comes up, but I'm not going to do the timer counter thing right now. You can add it yourself if you want to. But anyway, that way the user, of course, can see just how long they've got, right, to enter the incoming code. Make it, gamify it. Can be fun. Anyway, the second parameter of this method will be to determine whether the 60 that I wrote here is 60 seconds or minutes or hours. So here I can just write time unit dot second here. All right, so that way the code obviously will be valid for 60 seconds. Now, if I were to write time unit dot minute here, of course, that would be 60 seconds. No, sorry, 60 minutes. Anyway, let's continue. The next method will be the setActivity method. All right, so thanks to this method, we will determine in which activity the incoming code will be verified. So inside the parenthesis, I'll just write phone sign activity dot this, because I will do both operations in this activity. And the next method will be the setCallbacks method. And I'll write mCallbacks as a parameter. So the mCallbacks is the name of the object that we will create from the callback class. It gives us a warning because we haven't created this object yet. We will create it soon, though, I promise. So lastly, I'll write .build. And now we will call the verify phone number method of the phoneauth provider class. And I'll write phoneauth provider dot verify phone number. Also, I will give the object of the phoneauth options, that is the options object, as a parameter. Okay, so this is a standard section for Android. So I'm going to just create the mCallbacks object. Outside the onCreate method, I call the class phoneauthProvider dot onVerification state changed callbacks. So I call the object I created from this class mCallbacks. After the equal sign, I'll write new. Press Control and Space key on the keyboard and select the phoneauthProvider dot onVerification state changed callbacks. Android Studio finishes the rest. So now this class, you see, has two methods in and of itself. The first is the onVerification completed method. So here we will describe the actions to be taken when the code is verified. The second is the onVerification failed method. So we actually define the actions to be taken if the user code is wrong or there's some kind of a problem. So let's close the method by adding a semicolon at the end. Now, we could also add a third method here by override. So the name of that method would be onCodeSend. I'll override this method. So Firebase sends the single-use code with the S parameter here. See, so the code that Firebase sends is assigned to the S string here. And I'll create another general code send string above in order to use the code assigned to this S outside the method. Then I write code send equals S, right? So I assign the incoming code to the code send string. I can now use this code elsewhere. So in this way, the code will be sent and we will receive the incoming code, right? But now we have to define the actions to be done when the user enters the incoming code in the required section and press the sign-in button. We're going to do this in the click listener of the sign-in button, but it's far more convenient to write this process as a separate method and then call the method here. So I'll just create the method public void sign with phone code below. In this method, I must first get the code that the user entered, because I'm going to compare this code with the sent code. So I can, just tell if the user entered the code correctly. All right, so I've assigned the code entered by the user to the string user enter code. Then I create an object from the phone auth credential class. Call this object credential. I write credential equals phone auth provider dot get credential. So here we determine the criteria for the login process. This process also takes two parameters. The first one is the sent code by Firebase, and that is code sent. The second one is the code entered by user, so user enter code. Now Firebase will automatically check these two. All right, cool. So we have to create a method that makes the entry process according to these criteria. Okay, so I'll create this method just below. And here I create the method public void sign-in with phone auth credential. So this method takes the credential object created from the phone auth credential as a parameter. Now, we've already set the criteria for the credential object above. Now we're going to check these criteria and do the login process. All right, so the login process will be as we did before. Now we will log in using the auth object. I call the auth.signin with credential method, and this method will also take the credential object as a parameter. Then I'll add complete listener to check whether this method is logged in or not. And I'm writing .add on complete listener. And this will take two parameters. The first one is context, this. Second one is new on complete listener. And we'll close out this method with a semicolon. Now, do you remember? This section is the same as other Firebase authentication sections. So that means that here we check with the if condition using the task object. If task dot is successful, we define the operations to be performed. In another, we define the actions to be taken in case of a problem. So we'll do those operations here a little bit later. But for now, let's call the sign with phone auth credential method inside the sign with phone call method. This method takes the credential object as a parameter. Now we should also call the sign with phone code method inside the click listener of the button. That way the login process with the phone number is complete. So it is left to complete the procedures to be done when logging back in, right? So what to do when the password is entered, in other words. If task is successful, That is, the main menu activity will be opened. And we can do this again using intent. We also close this page with a finish method. Now, in the case of else, let's show the user a toast message. Of course, you may write the code you entered is incorrect or whatever you want in the message. All right, so you know what? I think this application is ready. But we do also have to do the last operation in Firebase. So I'll open up the Firebase website. And in the authentication section, I'll switch to the sign in method tab. Now, we previously activated email and password login, right? But now I will activate the phone entry. So I click the Add New Provider button. I'll enable the sign-in method and click the Save button. Cool. All right, so now everything is ready in our app, so we can run it. Let's see. Application opens. I'll click on the sign in with phone number. New activity opens. So I'll enter in the phone number in the new activity. Press send SMS. Also, at this stage, it's got to be verified that you are not a robot. Or I don't know, maybe you are. Crisis, when I come across those. Am I a robot? I don't know. At this stage, the 60-second counter can start. Anyway, the password's arrived, and I write the incoming password. Now, of course, if you wish, a service class can also be written to automatically read the password at this stage. But in any event, when I click on the sign-in button, that's when the main activity opens. Cool. Now, by the way, as a reminder, if you try to send the message more than once on the same device, well, the message may not come back to you. This is because the phone keeps the previous operation in memory. If you do want to try again, you should actually uninstall the application from the phone and then switch the phone on and off, or that would be off and on, That way you'll be able to receive the same number of messages again, all right? You know that. Now, also, you're going to add the SHA-1 and SHA-256 keys to the Firebase project. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sign in with the SMS code, right? So you've got that explanation in detail in the Firebase Android Studio integration lesson, right? How to get SHA keys and add them to your Firebase project. We don't have to go over that again, but if you do need a refresher, you know where to go. All right, so that wraps us up here. We've learned how to log in by sending the one-time use code to the phone number and get signed in. All right, see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. We will continue our Firebase lectures. So in this video, we're going to start a new topic in Firebase. So with Firebase, we're going to learn how to send messages collectively, in other words, to all the users who have downloaded this particular application onto their device. Firebase Cloud Message is called to send collective notifications to all users with Firebase. The system, which is abbreviated as FCM, that would be Firebase Cloud Message, was formerly known as Google Cloud Message. Now, using Firebase Notification, you can send notifications to users on Android, iOS, as well as throughout the web. But in this particular video, of course, we are going to learn how to integrate this system into the Android application, because that is what we are working in. Just remember, it's multifaceted. So with Firebase, you can send messages to all users who have installed your application onto their device. Hundreds, thousands, even millions of people. You know what? Even if they're not using the application when you're sending out the message, right? So even if the application is closed. So with Firebase, you can send a message to a specific group of users or send a message to a single user or users who want to receive certain information about a particular topic or users in a particular geographic area. For example, let's say you're developing a weather application. You can send instant weather changes related to those particular regions to the users who live in those certain regions with this notification. Or let's say it's a news application. When users want to receive notifications about certain news topics, such as economics or technology, you can send subject-oriented notifications to all users. So yeah, it's a short explanation, but you certainly get the point. My point is, let's get into Android Studio and see how the process works. So in this video, we're going to learn how to send notifications to all users using Firebase in a pretty basic form. Now, if you remember, we already have an ongoing project in Android Studio. We've provided the integration of this project with Firebase, and we can send notifications using the same project. So now we can check how notifications are sent through the Firebase Assistant, which is in Android Studio. So I'll open the Firebase Assistant in the Tools menu. And here I'll click on Cloud Messaging. So now if we look at the process steps here, I would like to integrate the Firebase in the very first step. So we've already done this before, if you can remember back that far. The second step is to add the necessary Gradle libraries for Firebase Cloud Messaging. So in this section, pressing the Accept Changes button adds the necessary libraries. So sure enough, our addition is complete. So let's check it out from the Gradle file. All right, so as you can see here, the Firebase messaging library has been added. So now we can close the Gradle page. Now in this third step, we'll need to create a service class so that the application can receive notifications sent with Firebase. So we'll create that new class now. The name of the class may be, I don't know, My Firebase Service for now. And then this class will extend the Firebase Messaging Service class. So we will also override the onMessageReceived method for this class. Now, when we override this method, our service class is ready. So then we have to define this service class in the manifest file. So let's open up the manifest file. Now, when we open the service tag in the application tag, our service class already is there. So I'll choose my Firebase service. And just follow the steps in the assistant. I'll open the intent filter tag in the service tag. And after writing Android name equals in the action tag, I'll copy the line com.google.firebase.messaging event from the assistant and paste it here. All right, and that is Firebase integration. and we are ready. Now, there is the issue of customizing the incoming notification. So in other words, you can do operations such as adding icons or changing text color, whatever you want that notification to look like when it comes into your user's device. So for this, I can open up the metadata tag again under the service tag in the manifest file. And I'll write Android name equals com.google.firebase.messaging.default notification icon in the metadata tag. So I can change the notification icon. Now on the bottom line, I'll also write Android resources equals, and then specify the icon that I want to appear in my notification. So for this, I write @drawable. And now my icon is under the drawable folder. And I'll show you the icon right away. And you can add a desired icon under this drawable folder. I'm just writing the name of the icon here. Okay, so now that defines the icon that's required for notifications. So the icon section is not mandatory. It's entirely up to you whether you do it or not. I think it's always a good design touch. So let's also change the font color while we're here of the notification in the very same way. So I'll copy the metadata block and paste it under it. This time I'll write color accent, not drawable. And do you remember there were colors defined in the colors XML file under the values folder? Color accent was one of these colors, and there you go. The application is now ready to receive notifications. So let's go ahead and run the application and see. Now, it's probably better if you test like critical issues notification processes with the device itself and not just with this virtual device. Because, see, look at this, the application failed while it was opening, so let's check out what our mistake was. And it says that the error is in the manifest file. What? So our first mistake is that we created the metadata tag incorrectly. See, so instead of deleting this part, I added the closing sign here. But by doing so, the Android titles got their color. So Android Studio started to detect the code that we wrote. All right, so likewise, I am changing the other meta tag. Now, our second mistake is that we wrote default notification item in both meta tags. So one will be an icon while the other will be a color, because in the second one, we changed the default color. So let's have a run of the app again. And yeah, there we go. Our application opens, and I'll throw the app into the background so that we can see if the notification is going to come in while we're working on something else, while the app is in the background. So why don't we just go to the Firebase page and send a notification? Now you remember, right, that we were in the last authentication section on the Firebase page. So there is also a cloud messaging section in the side menu. So when you click on this section, it writes, send your first message. Yeah, so let's send it right now. And here we just have to write the title of the notification in the first step. And we write the message to the other section, and if you want to send this notification with a picture, you can upload right to this section, that picture, or write a link or whatever you want. So yeah, I found a picture, copy the link of the picture, and I'll paste it here. Of course, it's not mandatory. And again, you can name it to follow whatever your notifications are here. Again, this is not mandatory. So now the right side shows how the notification will be seen on Android and iOS devices. So I'll click Next after these operations. In the second step, you'll determine to whom you want to send this notification. So here you can post to a specific user group or topic groups from the Topic tab. And I want to send it to all users. So that's why I will choose the package name. And then this notification will go out to all the users who have the application installed. So I'll click Next again. Now the third step, here you can determine when the notification will be sent. You can send it immediately, or you can set it up on a schedule so that it goes out on a specific date and time or on a regular and recurring basis. So I'll click Next again. So then I'll click Next again, and in this section, you can send data or files with the notification. You can also define whether the notification is audible or silent. Here you can determine the validity period. And then when you click on Review, you can check the information for the last time before sending the notification or setting the schedule. And then clicking the Publish button will send that notification. All right, so let's set the phone up to be visible before we send the notification. Okay, so now I'll press the Publish button, and at the same time, the notification shows right up, see? Now let's examine the notification. And here's the icon that we defined. Notification title and message appear. And there's the picture. Now the picture gets larger as I scroll through the notification. So there you have it. We've sent a notification. And yeah, it's pretty simple or basic, but there you are. So I'm going to see you in the next video. Hello to everybody. Thank you very much for taking part in this. It would be nothing without you. And I want to tell you that in this video that we're going to talk about storage, which is yet another part of Firebase. And you could actually call it cloud storage. So Firebase storage is a section that we can use to store the user's data in. In this section, we can store pictures, music, videos, files. In other words, by storing all the data on the user's device in Firebase storage, we can then prevent the application from taking up much space on their device. Also, since the data is stored in the cloud, the user can access the data on, across all of the Android devices. In fact, since Firebase storage can be integrated into all systems, you can also enable the user to be able to access their data from Android, iOS, and in various web apps. Now you can make a Google Drive style application, let's say, using Firebase storage, or you could do an Instagram or Google Photos style photo sharing application. You could also do music listening and video watching applications. You could do applications that require flash storage, such as a book reading program. Now, from this point of view, Firebase storage seriously facilitates our development of quality and server-based applications. Am I right? Yeah. So, in this lesson, we will develop an application that will upload a photo to Firebase storage that the user will be able to choose from their device. So, let's get right to it. First off, let me show you the Firebase storage page. Now, if you remember, this is where we were the last time we were in the Firebase Authentication section. Now, there is a storage section in the last menu. So when I click here, the section where the files will be displayed is open. You can enter the promotion page for the first time, and it will open to this page when you follow the directions on the introduction page. Now, the user's data will be stored in this area, and we can upload files such as, pictures, music, videos, anything that we're going to want to use in our application. And we just upload it right into this section. Now, you can also upload these files from your computer from the Upload File section. But in this lesson, I do want to make an application that the user will upload their own files from the device to this section, and that will work independently from what we are doing, right? All right, so let me just show you the app. So here what you see, there's a section that will be where the user will select the profile photo. And here when the user clicks on this profile photo, the picture will be selected from the device as a profile photo. You know how that works. Later, when the user clicks the upload button, this picture that the user chooses will be uploaded to the Firebase storage section. While doing this installation process, the user will create a special folder for themselves and then store the picture in this folder. Oh, but let me tell you one more thing. I'm sure that you remember that within this application that we've been building, the user could be logged in as a member with their user email address and password or a phone number. Now, normally, Firebase does not allow the user to install things directly without being authenticated. So in this way, it prevents people with an unknown identity to upload files to your server. Makes sense. However, you can remove this restriction in the rules section. Now, the rules are set to not allow people who are unauthenticated. So in this section, you can remove it so that everybody can reach it if you want. So for now, let's move to Android Studio and start developing this part of the app. So of course, we can continue our previous project. So when the user enters the email and password, they were accessing the main menu activity. Now we can do photo selection and upload to Firebase right here in this activity. But before I start, I'll show you a profile photo that I've added to the project here, and this photo will appear before the user selects a picture. Now you can add any photo that you want to into the project and use that. So let's slide the Sign Out button down. And let's add an image view later. I also will select the image that I have added to this image view as the default image. Now we can also make the dimensions of image view 150 dp. Now, when the user clicks on this picture, we will ask them to choose a picture from the device memory. So let's add a text view that explains this process to the user. So I'll right-click on the picture to select your profile picture in the text of text view. That way the user will know that the picture must be clicked on. Okay, so let's add a button to add the selected picture to Firebase. So I'll write Upload Photo to Firebase in the text of the button. Now, as the user can upload the image just by clicking the button, when you select the image, you can automatically upload it to Firebase in the background. So this part will change according to the application that you develop, but we want the picture to be loaded when the user clicks the button. And that means that we'll have to develop the application accordingly. So now let's add a progress bar here. And this way the user can follow the loading process. Hopefully it won't take too long. So now let's check the IDs of the components. The ID of image view is image view. And I'll write upload button to the ID of the button. The ID of the progress bar is progress bar. And since our layout is constraint layout, when we select all the components and click on the magic wand icon, the components are automatically given. All right, so that's pretty much the design part. Now we can get to writing Java code. All right, so we defined the sign up button in the Java section. So now let's define the new components. So I'll define image view first, and then I'll define the upload button. And finally, I'll define the progress bar. All right, so let's match the components to their IDs. First, I'll match image view. And we'll match the button as well. Now I can match the progress bar. Then let's add a click listener to image view. That way, when a user clicks on the picture, click listener will kick in. So let's add the click listener to the upload button. So now we can let the user select the profile picture from the device's memory. I'll create a new method below for this process, and then call this method inside image view's click listener. All right, so in our new method, I'll name it file chooser, and we will do the image selection process using the intent method. So here I'm creating a new intent, and then I'll write .setType. So the setType method specifies which type of files to show to the user in order for them to choose. Now, because there might be a lot of files on the user's device, since we want the user to choose a picture, we will only show the pictures on the device. So for this, I'll write image/star here. Of course, we should include this in quotation marks. That way the user will only see image files in the device's memory. And then I'll write i.setActionIntent.ActionGetContent. Now this line of code will open the device's file system for the user to choose. And finally, we need to start this intent. So I'll start the intent with the start activity for result method, because the user will choose a picture as a result of this intent. So now we have to somehow learn their selection. For this reason, I've used the start activity for result method. Now this method will take two parameters. The first is the name of the object we created from the intent class, so I. The other is the request code. So I write 1 in the request code. Then I will take the selected picture with this request code again. And now our file chooser method is ready. That's pretty cool. So now we have to determine what picture the user has chosen. And I'll do this by override the onActivityResult method. So in this method, I will get the result of the intent I run above. First, I'll create an if condition if request code 1, and that's because we started it with a code when starting intent, and now we get the result of this intent. But of course, this if condition is not enough, so I'll put the and sign. If result code equals result, okay. So in other words, if the user chooses a picture, we can define the actions to be taken. So what we need to do here is to find the path of the user selected image in the file system and assign it to a container. So for that, I'll create an object from the class URI above. I will assign the path of the image to the image URI object. Now I'm writing the image URI equals data.getData method in the if condition. Then here the data is the object of the intent class inside the onActivityResult method. Now the path of the selected object in the file system with the getData method is assigned to the image URI object. So now we need to add a library to the project in order to show the image in image view using this image URI object. So what will I do? I'll open the Gradle file and add it to the library. I'll paste the code of the Picasso library here. And you've got to write this code exactly. The Picasso library, it allows us to display images in the image view from the internet or from the device. So I'll click the Sync Now button to add this library. And also the Picasso library displays images on the circular image view. And our library's been added. Okay, so now I can show the selected image in image view using the Picasso library. I write picasso.get.load. Then I'll write .load, that is, load the picture. Now I should write the link of the image or the path in the file system to the load method. So I am writing image URI. Then I'll write .into. Now the into method will determine where the image will be displayed. And I want the selected image to be shown inside the image view. So for this reason, I write profile image inside the into method. All right, so that's that process, and it looks okay. So now the selected image should be displayed in image view. Now, of course, we do need to call the file chooser method in the click listener of image view. After that, there is the process of sending the selected image to Firebase. But we'll do that in the next video. All right, so here we are. So you've been with me so far, and I'm sure that you want to get through this next bit, because here we can see the steps that we need to take in order to send the selected image to the Firebase storage section from the Firebase Assistant. So I'll click on the storage section in the Assistant. And now the first step here, the application needs to be integrated with Firebase. Now we have done this before already. So in the second step, Firebase Storage Library should be added. Now when the Accept Changes button was clicked, you see that the library was added. I do want to check the Gradle file though. And yeah, the library has been added. All right, so this process is righty-tighty. Now, let's do the next few steps ourselves. So we'll define the actions to be done when the user clicks the Upload button in a new method below. The name of the new method? Let's just call it Upload Photo. So in this here, first of all, when the user presses the Upload button once, we should make the button not clickable. So he can't press it again, right? So I'll write upload.set clickable false here. That way the user will be able to click the upload button just the one time. Because, of course, the user can upload the same file many times without realizing that they've been clicking the whole time. So that's why also the progress bar should not be seen when the application is first opened. So for that, I'll just make the progress bar dot set visibility invisible, where we define the progress bar. All right, so that way the progress bar will no longer appear. Of course, the progress bar must appear when the user presses the upload button, but that's why I'm making it visible here again. All right, so after that, I have got to create an object from the Firebase Auth class above. So I'll identify the user who logged in using this auth object. So here I'll write Firebase Auth equals Firebase Auth.getInstance. Then I'll create an object from the Firebase user class. Firebase user equals auth.getCurrentUser. And this code is the information of the logged in user. So in other words, if we receive the email address and other information from the user, they assign all the information to the user object. So now I can access the user's email address and other information using the user object. So where do I use this information? I'll explain just by using the user object on the bottom line. So first I'll create an object from the storage reference class. I'll call this object storage reference. And then I'll write storage reference equals Firebase storage.getInstance.getReference in the onCreate method. Now, in fact, I can store the photo in Firebase using just the storage reference object. But since all the user's photos will be in the same place, well, they could get very easily scrambled. So for this reason, I do want to create a separate folder for each user. So I'll want to give the email address of the user as the name of this folder. And then each user can have their own folder with the name of their email address. So to do this, I'll just write user.getEmail inside the get reference. And then user.getEmail will take the user's email address and create a folder with this name in Firebase, right? Okay, that's clear. So then when I upload the image to the Firebase using the storage reference list, that's how the image will be saved into this folder. Okay, so let's go back to the upload photo method. And in this section, I just create another object in the storage reference class. I'll call this object reference. So I'll write reference equals storage reference.child. The storage reference here is the name of the object we created above. So I also write user in the child method. Now this line of code determines the name to be given to the file that will be saved. So in other words, the picture will be saved in the folder created with a user's email address under that username. So here, I name the picture username, but of course you can give it any name that you want to. Or you can take the name of the picture from the user and the user store the picture with the name that they want. But again, that's entirely up to you. In any event, after typing reference.putFile, we'll specify the path of the image to be uploaded to Firebase in the file system. So, image URI. So actually, this process will work okay. The image can be uploaded to Firebase with this code, but we will need to add a complete listener to check if the process has been completed. Okay, so these methods are available in the Firebase documents. So you can copy it from here if you want, or you can just write the same just by looking here. Now, one of these three methods is a success listener. In other words, if the process is completed successfully, we will determine the operations to be performed within this method, right? The second is the failure listener. In other words, if an error occurs in the installation process, we will then also define the actions to be taken. The third will be our progress listener. And that way we can follow the loading progress in this method. So first, if the process is successfully defined, let's define the action to be taken. All right, so if the image is loaded, the progress bar should disappear first. And also, we can show the user a toast message that the transaction has been done. So I'll write upload successful into the toast message. Now, if an error occurs during the loading process, I can also show the user a toast message. So this time I'll write, sorry, an error has occurred to the message. Maybe put a little sad face in there. All right, so now let's see what the deal is with the progress method. Here too, I can follow the loading process of the picture. And while uploading the image to Firebase, sure, you could always follow what percentage is already uploaded. So first I'll create a double progress container for this process. Progress equals 100 times task snapshot dot get bytes transferred. So then after I put the division mark, task snapshot dot get total byte count. So here the get bytes transferred method will measure how many bytes of the image are loaded. The get total byte count method will also measure how many bytes the picture is in total. And yes, you guessed it, this rate gives us what percentage of the picture is loaded. So according to the loading of the picture step by step, the progress value will increase until it is 100%. All right, so now let's assign this progress value to the progress bar. So for that, I'll write progress bar dot set progress. So the progress bar will now show progress until it is 100%. Now, of course, the progress value is a double value, so that means we must assign an integer value to the progress bar. Now I'm converting the progress value into integer by writing int in front of it. All right, so now that process is complete. And we can run the application, try it out, see what it looks like. The application's open, and I'll log out first. So now let's log back into the application with one of the accounts that we created in Firebase. Now, when I click on the profile picture, the pictures on the device are listed. And when I select an image, it appears in image view. So now I'll press the upload button and the progress bar appears. And the toast message displays when the image is uploaded. So let's check it out from Firebase. So as you can see here, a folder with the same name was created with the email address that we entered. And when we open the folder, the picture named user appears. Now when I select the picture, the information about the picture is on the right. Preview of the image shows information such as the date of the image, the date the image was uploaded, and below is the location of the image in Firebase and a link to download the image. Very good. So now when I click on the section that says Access Token, the link is copied. Now the picture appears in the browser when you paste this link in Google. So anyone can see this picture when you share this link. All right, so what do you think about that? We've learned Firebase storage and its usage. There's more to do though, so I'll see you in the next video.